Well, hi everybody, and welcome to tonight's session of the Tower. Today is our first session, Experience, and I'm happy you're all here to experience this all with me. That was a joke. Everybody laugh or else. That was good. Thank you. Great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get us started with a recap and get into things. But just very briefly before I do so, I just want to drop a reminder that our next session is happening 2 weeks from today rather than 3 weeks from today because of some scheduling conflicts. But it's all been inside of our, what do you call it? In our timeline, our schedule that we set.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So our schedule is already organized to fix around this. And then after that, it'll just be back to what would be the 3 weeks on from the 15th. So we'll be back again on the 19th. So yeah, all of that to say, wait, is that science? I think that's science.
It's
Man.
the 8th and the 8th, isn't it?
I think you are probably right. I'm just not very good at math.
Yeah, it's the 8th and the 8th, and
February 8th and March 8th.
Yeah, and then it's what, 29th, and then it's the 19th.
Yeah, you're right. I was looking at the March calendar going, huh, why are things so confusing? Yep, you're right. It is February 8th and then March 8th as well. So, all that to say, thank you very much for sticking out with us, and let's get into a recap. So, previously on the tower, where our group had left off before, that is to say, of course, Vanille, Marble, M.O.C.H.A, Meryl and Dawn had a decision to make about what floor they were going to go to, having the two options laid out before them being the seafoam floor or the brown floor. As they're kind of considering their options, their process was interrupted when something was sort of stirring outside of the walls of the little room that they were inside of. So decided to send little M.O.C.H.A out to investigate. Once he headed outside, the pot lid that he uses as a shield and as a light source was forcibly pulled from his hands by something red in the darkness, and he only got a quick glimpse of it before it disappeared out of sight. So a little bit cautious and afraid, the rest of the group decided to follow him outwards and proceeded to go back up the stairs that they had come through. When they realised that they got to the top, something had shifted because they weren't where they had went down the stairs. They were instead at the top of the tower again, a place that they had been once before when they arrived, but something was different. Instead of being on the Heartland Shard, just west of Spectacle, they found themselves to be in the middle of the Black Desert, with rows and rows of the black sand dunes and these sort of purple crystals and pink crystals all over, and the landscape was still stormy, but all that said, the atmosphere was pleasant. They found that they were able to sort of clear their heads for the first time in a while since arriving here. And especially a fairy like Marble, who's a little bit more astute to their ability to relax, recuperate, and dream, found that the connection to that sort of ability was a bit softer up here. And they've realised that it looks as though they're not going to be able to find that kind of relaxation almost anywhere. Up here was a bit of a change. So everybody realised that this is a safe place to bunker down for a short while. Everybody split off into like their own little groups to go and get some rest for a while. Vanille had spent some time with her patron, who embodies her lyre, and the two of them had a conversation with her patron implying that there's something still deeper inside the tower waiting for her. Marble found something new had awoken within them that they hadn't really felt before. Hunger. Meryl, as she was taking notes on her wee notepad, could sense the presence of a bigger psychic entity somewhere that was watching them. But she never felt like it was hostile in any way. She actually felt quite like a good vibe almost from it. Dawn, considering the fact that she'd found some objects that had belonged to people from her group, wondered how they had fared in the tower themselves and if they were still here. And M.O.C.H.A in the same vein realised that something seemed a little bit familiar about one of the objects as well, and had some time he spent some time with Dawn, and using her help, he was able to get his oven working again. So moving forwards, he'll be able to cook some cool snacks for everybody. And with that, he did so. Everybody had a little bit of a break, a little bit of a sit down. Before continuing on with their journey. Going back inside, they chose the seafoam floor and prepared to head in. Once they had arrived, or set it out, and going back down the stairs, they went into that strange room they'd found before with a big pillar with a sort of crystal at the top, this time now being sort of seafoam rather than purple, and a plaque that read, "Life is in all things equally, seek its merit to find its bloom." They also accrued the second rule, a rule that gave them a unique connection to everything else inside of the tower. So, heading outside, they found that this floor, instead of being a barren wasteland of black sand, was instead a much more pleasant place, overrife with life, greenery, plants, all shapes and forms of things like that were everywhere. A little bit too much so. A little bit excessive, almost. And as they wandered around in this undergrowth, they found another person, their first other previously tower guard on their journey, as Apple Green had introduced himself to them and been pretty friendly and pretty chatty, all things considered. A little bit afraid to say some things or step out of line, apparently having made an agreement or a deal. He casually chatted to the group and sort of got to know them a little bit and set out what the struggle is that he's having on this floor at the moment. The Arbiter, who seems to be the person in charge of the entity in charge of this floor, had put things into like a permanent springtime, focusing their attention on these new little plants that they had made that they didn't really want to see suffer and die as the seasons would change. And Apple says that's not really how things are meant to work, and he can't really do much about it, and is hoping that maybe the group can do something to help with it. So deciding that they want to assist him, they do. They decide that the place to start, better than anything else, is to go and speak to these little plants themselves. With Apple being a little bit hesitant to actually approach them, saying that, well, the Arbiter's been quite protective of these little guys, and he doesn't really want to get in their way. He doesn't think that his group will face any pushback necessarily, but he feels like he's done everything he can, and it's up to them to figure out if they can do something about it. So, deciding that perhaps they want to have a conversation and see if they can resolve this place and set the seasons back to how they once were, they head through this grove of mushrooms and into the heart of the grove. When there, they found almost like a play area with like loads of these small little plant guys all running around, having fun, chasing each other like kids on a playground. And these four big pillars sort of like segregated the area. One of them clearly overgrown and rife with life, while the others looked a little bit more barren. And as the group sort of looked at this, they caught sight of three of these little plant-like creatures having an interaction with each other. And that is where we're going to return for tonight's game. So, let me see. That's not too loud, is it, folks?
Perfect.
It is adequate.
What the hell?
Ow, my ears. That's
So you start. So as we return once more again to the perspectives of Vanille, Marble, M.O.C.H.A, Meryl and Dawn. Let me just set this up. All of you watch as these little entities, these little creatures, all a whole bunch of them look like they're playing almost, like having fun with each other. But three of them in particular stand out to you. You watch as this sort of like squat purple kind of bud pushes over this sort of like slightly softer looking white one to the ground, and it looks like they're yelling about something. The pink one looks a bit like neurotically charged, standing next to them, like they don't know what to do. And like their voices are very, very soft. You guys are a little bit further away from where they are. It almost looks like the purple one is bullying the white coloured one. I'm going to pass it off to you guys. What's your first instinct?
If we attack them now, we get a surprise round. No.
No.
Nice.
Marble will like kind of cough. Nope, they cough because they're furry, but I guess they'll cough. And they'll say, "Hello."
You say hello, and these little things, keep in mind, they are maybe a few inches tall. They're very, very dinky little things. They are super, super tiny. They're not big at all. They are maybe between like 6 and 8 inches tall. Between them, all these things are very, very small, very, very dinky. It's not like they're the size of kids. They are like really, really small little guys. It's almost like they're how do I even describe this? And the way that to a rat you're a giant, that same thing is to be found. And as you sort of cough and turn your attention towards this little group of these clustered little things, the purple one immediately backs down, and like the pink one sort of hides behind the purple one, and the white one that's on the ground sort of like sheepishly sort of like cowers away from you, Marble.
Good job, you scared them.
We were asked to speak to you by Apple Green. Do you understand me?
The three of them kind of like almost sort of huddled together for a second, like looking up at you guys with anxiety and uncertainty in their faces. It's not as if they're very expressive little creatures, but their eyes do a whole lot for them. And the pink one says, and you realise that their voices are very, very soft, very, very little, but they do seem to speak a language that you guys understand.
I'm sorry, you please don't hurt us.
We won't hurt you, right, everyone?
Yes, we're not here to hurt you.
Of course not.
You're so small and cute.
You see the white one looks kind of like off to the side, a little bit shy, a little bit like uncertain, and the pink one seems to like they clearly take what you say with earnest and begin like cheerfully hopping on their feet, whereas like the purple one crosses their arms and looks at you guys kind of moodily. The pink one perks up once again and says,
What are you? It's really big. You're just like the gardener, the shepherd.
Yes, that guy. Are you friends? Do you know him?
the purple one perks up.
We're not supposed to talk to him.
Oh, why?
The white one chimes in.
He's apparently a really bad influence on us.
Oh, I see.
We're not really supposed to talk to him. He's, he has his own way of doing things, and we're not really supposed to engage with that. Yeah.
And who was it that told you to not speak to him?
Well, our creator, of course. The Arbiter.
Yes.
The purple one sort of shoves the pinkish coloured one and is like,
Are you sure we should be talking to these guys? They don't seem very normal to me.
and the pink one seems a little bit like, almost like deflated a little bit by that. Like they sort of hesitate as they look back up at you guys.
No, we're not normal, we're just different. I guess.
You can say that again. Listen, can I be honest? I don't really care much for the gardener man either. We are only talking to you well, we were curious. You forgive me, you look like flowers, but you are not yet bloomed?
The three of them kind of exchange looks between each other. And the pink one in particular, the purple one seems like, as you say, you're not really following the gardener guy. The purple one seems to be kind of like smugly confident about that. They like the fact that you're not on board with them. And the white one says,
The Arbiter says that that it'd be dangerous for us to bloom. It's safer for us to stay this way. Yeah, because if we were to bloom, then we would grow up and die. And, well, we don't really want to die. The Arbiter says death is really scary.
Well, you could always grow up a little bit.
For what? What point would there be in something like that? Why don't we just stay as we are? Stop listening to them, guys.
and the purple one sort of like pushes the other two like pretty forcefully, and the other two like immediately back down again.
We all grow up. It's fun in a way.
Yeah.
You get better at things.
Get to have a job and pay your taxes.
Those are bad examples, but getting taller is
What are
pretty cool.
taxes? What's a job?
You don't
It's
want
like
to talk
this
about
thing
it.
that you have to do forever to get money, or else you die.
Meryl,
You're not helping.
What did I tell you?
It can be.
Blooming sounds like a waste of our time.
You won't have to listen to your curator or your parent anymore.
But why not? I really like the Arbiter. They do everything for us. This whole place, it only exists to make sure that we're safe. And I like feeling safe.
Well, if the place exists for you to be safe, that includes you when you bloom. Think of the beautiful flowers you could be.
What if we turn out to be ugly flowers?
There's no such thing.
And why are we supposed to trust someone like you, huh? You don't look like a pretty flower.
I think I'm a pretty flower sometimes.
There's other benefits, of course, to growing up. Dawn said you don't have to listen to your creator, but you also can. You get the choice when you're older.
Oh, and you can drink.
I love water!
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what we want. The Arbiter's in charge. And, well, we don't really want to turn against what they have to say.
Why are they scary?
No, the Arbiter is really nice. It's just that, well, as things go, we don't want to disappoint them either. I know there's a world out there. I know there's stuff for me to do. And I want to, you know? Like, watch this, watch this.
And you watch the pink one sort of like readies up to like, it looks almost like they're going to do like a cartwheel, and then they hesitate at the last second and like pause, and then they look a bit
Come
shy
on.
all of a sudden.
You can do it.
The pink one looks up
Give
at you,
another go.
Vanille, like with, as much as like their eyes are an odd shape and an odd perspective, they kind of look up at you endearingly, is the impression you get.
Go on.
Roll me a persuasion.
That should be one that I'm good at, right, everybody? It's going to be a high number.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
No
put
way
it.
you're not good at
Okay.
persuasion.
I
I have
refuse to
known that to be
believe.
the fact, yes. I like that we had to talk up Vanille.
Vanille, like, you're a person who, you understand to an extent what it's like to be a little bit uncertain, to take hands of your own fate, and I guess, like, you muster a little bit of that as you're like, go on, do it. Like, you could do it, you know? And you definitely inspire the pink one, and this time they sort of, like, puff out their chest, and, like, do, like, again, they take, like, a run start, and then they actually manage to pull off a cartwheel. It's a bit janky, but they're by no means are they an acrobat. But that being said, like, they do pull it off and, like, land pretty upright, and then they turn to you, like, with excitement almost.
Her face
I
is like
clap.
totally deadpan.
Wow, look at him
Thanks,
go.
That was wonderful.
The pink
keep
one looks
focused
really
on
shy
more
all of a sudden.
practice. With more practice, you will be, well, not perfect, but you can get close.
Maybe you're right. That sounds like a good idea. What can you
it
guys
is
do?
always worth... Oh, well, I was just about to say, it is always worth pursuing what you like doing. For example, I like to make food items. Various kinds. Sweet treats or other foods for others to enjoy. I have had much training ever.
You talk way
Ever
too
since I was-
slow.
I apologize. I will try to speed up. I spent many years training, and I have nigh perfected my cooking skills.
The purple one looks very much unimpressed, as like they sort of stare you down. Mocha.
Like, for what it's worth, Mocha is not intimidated. He's like, he fully believes in his ability. Like, he fully
Not.
believes in his ability to cook, you know?
Yeah,
Like
like,
that.
for what's
That
worth,
bold
these are like
confidence.
7-inch tall little plants. I would be very surprised if you were intimidated by them, you know. That being said, the purple you have no power over me. The purple one turns to the other ones and is like,
These things are just trying to lead us badly. They want to see us suffer, obviously. Why would we listen to them over what the Arbiter has to say?
Well, the arbitrator's grown up, hasn't he? And they're still alive.
And look at all the things that they can do.
Well, the Arbiter is, the Arbiter's been around for a really, really long time. This place is them. It belongs to them. I don't really think they can grow up. And they also can't really get any younger either. They're forever. Not like us.
If you don't grow up, you will be forever as well. Sounds boring.
That's not true. The Arbiter says that as long as we stay here, inside the grove, we'll be here forever just like them.
Exactly, why would you want that?
you put a little bit of hesitation at the purple one, you know, like maybe they hadn't really considered why wouldn't they want that? What are you gonna say, Marvel?
There are many things to experience outside of this grove. I find the gardener you mentioned distasteful, but there are others more enjoyable.
Oh yeah,
They
list
like things
3
you like.
whole things.
What? The gardener, more plants, and what else? The arbiter?
Well, we have all of those things here. So, I don't know why you would
And
want us to leave here if we have all of that.
Have you ever seen sand?
They all look at you like, confused. like,
Exactly.
like, and unison, they'll kind of go, what?
I think they'd like snow. Perhaps more.
I was like you guys. I stayed where I was and didn't go anywhere. But the world is full of so many things. Like sand and snow. And you won't know about it till you see it. Apparently cars are a thing.
The white one kind of like looks up at you, Dawn, and they take like a few steps forward, and the purple one immediately steps in front of them again, like kind of like blocking their path. And the white one kind of like takes a step back, but they still look up at you like they were going to say something, but the purple one has kind of made them hesitate.
One of the best things about growing up as well, you can finally listen to yourself and not what other people tell you to do.
Don't listen to it. I'm just trying to keep you guys safe. You know that, right? I understand.
You know how we keep ourselves safe?
All of them kind of like look up at you, like waiting for an answer, Marble.
We do it ourselves. We learn, we grow, and we're able to protect ourselves. Here, look at this.
And they'll reach into their back pocket, and despite the fact that I want to give them a gun, I will give them a glue grenade. I'll hand them a glue grenade.
Okay, so you put the glue grenade on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's like just a little bit shorter than them, but yeah, sorry, where are you going to say, Vanille?
They are children.
That stops people where they are. Don't activate it now, but it's a piece of technology invented by people.
Why have you done this?
What does it do?
It explodes into glue. Do you know what glue is?
They'll kind of like they'll quietly like whisper to each other for a second, and then the pink one says,
Sticky, something sticky.
Yes, sort of like sap, but stickier.
The three of them were kind of approaching it. The white one seems really hesitant to really engage with it, like they're uncertain and unsure, but they have an inquisitive kind of like, they're looking at it with like certainty. The purple one is like standing next to the white one to stop them from actively getting any closer, even though the white one isn't gonna. The pink one on their head like rushes all the way over to it and is like they actively sort of like begin touching parts of it. You're kind of a bit worried that it looks like they might accidentally activate it.
Well, we'll just let it happen. Nothing's gonna attack them here.
Yeah, that's fine. So like, you kind of let them off, you know, like, and as the pink one is sort of like looking around, they sort of, they sort of knock it a little bit, like they're almost like testing the weight, they're seeing what it does, and then suddenly they smash their like little leafy hand into the top of it, and you could hear like the mechanism inside like shift, and it's about to go off.
If Marble has the chance, yeah, they'll sort of like probably try and like kick it away almost, like so it's got a bit of like distance before it goes off.
Like into the sky, you know. And as you watch this thing like flies off and it explodes, like the glue like sort of slicks onto like a tree, and all of them sort of like stare at it, and clearly they all have different reactions to it. All of them seem to be intrigued at the very least. And as you guys kind of look back down to them, you see that they're beginning to scatter. The pink one is like, you could feel like the legs of your trousers being tugged at as the pink one begins to pull themselves up, like up your side. Almost imagine like a cat climbing up you, you know. Weirdly agile than you would have expected for such a little guy. And within a few seconds, like you could feel them sort of like clamber up, like until they're sort of like sitting on your shoulder.
Yeah, look a bit uncomfortable. They'll let it happen, and to the rest that run off, they'll say,
It's alright, you won't get hurt. You're stronger than that.
What else do you have? That was really fun.
The rest, you're not allowed to touch until you're older.
Maybe you could show me how to do stuff. You know, there's a lot of things I really want to do. But I'm just worried. Well, what if we get hurt? What if someone I know gets hurt? What if we hurt the Arbiter's feelings?
Living is like that. You have people, but they forgive you. The Arbiter wants to see you safe, but in a way, he's hurting you, not letting you see your full potential. He doesn't mean it. He's not trying to be mean, but he's not letting you grow.
And as you're having that conversation, like talking to that one in particular, the white one is sort of like they're sort of like standing next to you, Dawn, like at the very, very bottom of where like the bottom part of your treads, your feet even, whatever you want to call them, are. It looks like they're hesitating, like they're wanting to talk to you, but they're almost a little bit unsure of what they want to say.
Dawn will reach down and offer a hand up.
They sort of look at your hand tentatively before sort of like stepping onto it.
Do you have a name, little one?
No. We never really thought to do something like that.
Oh. That's
Do you
another
have
part
a
of
name?
growing up. Yeah. My name's Dawn, and I only got my name once I grew up.
Oh, that's interesting. You seem like you know things.
Well, everyone knows a few things. Even humans, fairies, us Mecha. We all know different things.
I don't really feel like we know all that much. I know there's a whole lot to the world out there, but I don't really know how to go about knowing anything.
You have to go out and see it for yourself. There's books and loads of other ways to learn, but seeing it is the best way. It's the best way to learn about yourself, too.
The purple one, as you're kind of having this conversation, like saunters up to you, Mocha, and like you feel the gentlest tiny little tap against your foot, and it looks like they've tried to kick you.
Mocha will kind of like put a hand down to just kind of and sort of ease himself to the ground. And like his big round eyes just kind of like focus down on him. Hello. I
It
am
crosses its
Mocha.
arms.
You know, I once used to know someone who was quite like you.
Oh, yeah?
Mocha will like sort of do a full body nod because, well, he doesn't have a neck.
You just sort of wobble a little bit, like
He just
head bob.
wobbles a little bit, you know, just kind of rocks back and forth. Yes. As a matter of fact, it was the very person who created me. A very, ambitious young man who was quite dissatisfied with his situation at the time.
So you have an
He
arbiter
was-
too?
I suppose it is similar, yes. Though he was very curious about the outside world. He didn't know much about it. Yet he set out to find his own luck. And his mother, or, well, arbiter, as you would call it, well, she was quite sad for a while after he left. I was created to keep her company. Alas, very soon after, she agreed that it was the right move to let him go. She never tried to stop him, because she wanted him to be whatever he wanted to be.
I just want to keep the others safe. They don't listen to me. Nobody listens to me.
Well, I am listening to you, I suppose. A good conversation cannot be underrated. Mustn't be underrated.
They do look up at you with like an earnest, eh? You get the impression that like they're not really used to people taking them seriously in any means or any way. Especially when they kind of push other ones around, it seems they're using kind of they're bullying a little bit to make people listen to them. The pink one is like on your shoulder, Marble, is like,
You know, there's some things that we could show you here too. This place is like, this is our space, our own place, our place where no one else is really supposed to be. So why don't we show you? Come on.
and it's sort of like they tug on your ear, like they're not really sure how else to get you to follow.
Yeah, let's say
Point the way, I suppose, with the time.
Mush, Marble, mush!
So that one kind of points you, Marble, over towards, again, there's these big four pillars, and again, it's almost like the in-between of this is like, almost like a playground. You see a whole bunch of these kids are clearly playing games, they're inventing things, they're doing things. They use their imaginations to sort of build their time to make the most of it. But the pink one sort of like settles down on your shoulder, kind of excitedly, and they point you over towards like, the pillar that's clearly got like, the most on it. You see all these like there's all these sort of like loose dead flowers on like the other ones. Actually, you know what? Roll me a perception, Marble, right? Let's see how much you can get here.
oh boy. Disadvantage because exhaustion. 2.
Receive nothing.
Yeah, okay. So they put you towards one pillar, and like your attention's kind of drawn towards that one in particular because that's where they're kind of pointing you to. And as you walk up, it's almost like the pillar itself is made of like a weaving of like stone and dirt. It almost looks like there's a whole bunch of like symbols that look really, really old on it. And you're not quite sure if they're meant to be pictures or a language or something in between. And the whole thing is like covered with like plant life. You notice in the same way as much of this floor is, there are flowers that seem to bloom within blooms of each other, almost kind of sickly. And the whole thing, like, if you had hay fever, you imagine your eyes would be burning like hell, as you can pretty much see like the pollen all over this thing. There's a small flower on top that's like this very luscious pink color, and there's hundreds of these things like on top of it, and more of them are just kind of like, by the minute you watch as more and more of them kind of like build within each other, making the pillar like slowly get taller and taller. You can imagine it's been like gas for a while. You imagine maybe at one point or another it was probably just one plant or one flower that's just kind of multiplied in itself, and now it's almost like a mess, like a small tree almost has grown out of this thing. And the pink one sort of like hops from your shoulder, and like there's like a low-hanging kind of I'll say vine. It's not quite a vine, it's a lot thinner than that. It's almost like the stem of a flower that's kind of like low-hanging. And it looks like for a minute they're about to sort of like take the leap and jump onto it. Again, they sort of hesitate at the last minute.
You can make that. I'll catch you if you fall.
Okay.
And like they sort of reel themselves up. You feel them hold onto like the back of your neck, and they take a run from your shoulder and jump for it. And they actually make it. They take a huge swing, and like suddenly they grab onto it, and they begin to pull themselves up onto like one of the flowers that are on top of it.
never been up here before. I always really wanted to, but it always seemed way too high. I didn't know if I'd be able to make it.
Yes, it's impressive. You didn't make this then?
No, this has been around forever. It's just before us anyway. That's from what I know. The Arbiter says that, well, as long as everything here stays the way that it is, we get to stay the way that we are too.
In where I come from, we might call this art. I've seen a lot of art in my time. This is impressive enough. But yes, it would fade, but that's part of the beauty, is it not? That you get to see it for a time.
They kind of look down thoughtfully as they sort of like pat the flowers around them. The white one that is like on your shoulder, Dawn, or rather is like in your hand, it cautiously asks you, like, they look kind of unsure as if they're not allowed to ask this question. But you see that they sort of point over to one of these other pillars in this sort of zone, and it looks to be like it's covered in like fully on dead flowers. It's the only part of this place you can see is like it looks like any plants that would have been on it have all kind of like crumbled almost. And they quietly ask you, Dawn,
do you know anything about what that does?
No, I can't say I do.
Oh.
And they look kind of disappointed.
What do you know of it?
They look kind of shy,
Has
like they're embarrassed to say they don't really know anything.
Has it always looked like that?
The Arbiter says that it didn't always. But as it is just now, that's all we've ever seen it looking like. They said it's something to do with the seasons.
Dawn will walk over to it and like have a closer look. Does it
Sure.
look all that different from the other tree?
Sure. So roll me. Yeah, roll me a nature check. Actually, roll me a nature check, Dawn.
Oh no.
Nice.
Oh.
All right, not bad. So Dawn, taking your time to kind of look at this, and you sort of look at the other pillars that are in this area. You notice a couple of things, right? First of all, it seems as though all of the plants, you're not the most attuned to nature, so to speak. You don't spend a whole lot of time outside of the den or even in a place that has any plant life at all, but you did spend quite a good bit of time reading when you were under Scarlet's care and under Scarlet's watch, and you were also trained quite significantly for what life would potentially be like on the outside. You realise that each of these 4 pillars, the plants that grow on them look to be seasonal. Like, every season has plants that... How do I even put this? Like, they are in season in each season, if that makes sense. There's a plant that, like, is clearly designed as where you're standing right now. This is clearly winter. You notice that, like, the colour of the what do you call it? The colour of the stone is paler than the others. And it looks almost as though, like... How do I even put this? You notice there's a colour variation in each of these 4 pillars. This one here is slightly toned white in tone and colour, and the flowers on it look like they're like all but dead. There's 0% chance of them like seeming to take any life from the fact that this springtime season is happening. And you spend a little bit of time looking at your ones, you notice kind of like largely the same. The springtime one is slightly greener in tone. The summer one is slightly more yellow in tone, and the one that's clearly autumnal is a bit more orangey in tone as well. But in the same vein as the winter one, the orange one and the yellow one, which is to say the summer and autumn ones, also like nothing is growing on them. There is no bloom. There is no. The only thing there is like a vague mossy kind of texture on them. Something feels a bit out of whack. I also want to ask Vanille and Meryl. Since each of the little plant guys are clearly engaged with other members of your party, what are the 2 of you doing?
I suppose Vanille would be like looking around to see if there's any like sort of sign to where this arbiter entity might be.
Alright, that's fair enough. Roll me a perception, and Meryl, what about you?
I think Meryl would be interested in these pillars. Should we have a sketchbook out, kind of making note of what she sees around these pillars, since they seem to be of importance?
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So what do I want you to do? Roll an Arcana. So Vanille, as remember back to like what Apple had said, that like the arbiters typically represents themselves using mushrooms. You spot that all throughout this area are a whole bunch of like small mushrooms with sort of like cyany kind of greenish colored top. They're all very different sizes and scales. Some of them are much bigger, some of them are much smaller than the others. Hold on. Yeah, some are much bigger, some are much smaller than the other ones. And they almost seem to like not fit in with the rest of the environment. You look at like the abundance of flowers, all clearly in bloom, all very colorful in nature, whereas these things are a little bit of an eyesore by comparison. They don't give off like they don't seem to grow or shrink in the same way as the flowers and everything in the environment is constantly shifting. They actually seem rather the same no matter what it is that you do or what you look at. And you even spot as well, because you rolled quite well there, I'm going to say, you can see that like beyond this platform where everybody's standing at, there's this big thicket of more of these mushrooms at the very, very back. Also entwined though with like other plants. You can see that there is like other flowers, trees, the really thick moss, nettles, things like that. At the very, very back, like beyond this, you can tell that the platform almost seems to extend backwards, but no one is going over in that direction. And if you sort of trail your eyes upwards, you spot, as you kind of noticed before, that like what that passageway is sort of being loosely blocked by goes up to that big massive bulb at the very, very top of this place, where Apple had said the arbiter mostly resides. It's almost like a big thick tree, or like, to call it a tree is maybe dishonest because it's not just made of bark and wood. It's clearly also made of other plants. But there's this huge, huge bulb at the top. And like, again, there's these sort of like lavender colored waterfalls that sort of like loosely dribble their way down into other pools around the area.
Okay. So specifically like the mushrooms that are kind of nearby this platform, do they like seem to like not like be listening, but do they seem to be animated in any way?
Like, do they move? Like, do they do anything, you mean?
Yeah.
If you approach one of them and look at it, initially it doesn't seem to, but if you get kind of close, it does almost seem to like, maybe bounce isn't the word, but vibrate maybe, reverberate maybe. It's subtle, but you can tell that there is something about it that changes when you get closer to it. It's all like it becomes like more aware of you.
Seems we have an audience.
Meryl,
Yeah.
as you're on the other hand are like looking actively at these sort of pillars, and you're kind of like, you can tell that they're of importance or something. With your 10, I'm gonna say that like, you know that these things are definitely inherently magical in nature. The way that like 3 of them seem to be completely resistant to the sort of nature of the rest of this place makes it seem as though there's something not activated in them. Like something needs to be done to get them working. And as you're kind of looking at them, yeah, okay. Actually, I also insist to you as well, Dawn. I'm going to give this to both of you, right? But I'll start with Meryl, right? Because you don't get quite as much. If you take like a walk around them, Meryl, you notice that in the backs of each of them is like a sort of indentation, almost like you're looking at like there's a hole in it of some kind. But for you, Dawn, it almost looks like a shrine or like a platform where you would place something or put something. And as because you kind of like walked around the springtime one as well, that one, like you can't even see the sort of shrine indentation of it because it's completely covered in plants. Honestly, you wouldn't even notice there was anything if it wasn't for the fact that the other ones clearly have this same thing in the backs of them as well.
Okay. See.
I try and like rummage through the back of the spring one to see if there's something in it.
Sure. If you start digging into it, sure, roll an investigation check.
Oh, I actually am good at these.
Yippee! Oh my god, you're really good at these.
She is good at them.
So, as you kind of you begin to dig in, and like move things out of the way. Let me just double check something quickly. Yeah. Okay. So, as you begin to like dig your way into stuff here, like you start looking, like you're moving plants and stuff out of the way. You do actually find something, and for a minute you're kind of like, what the hell is this? To you, it almost looks like an idol of some kind, like a carving almost. But it doesn't seem as though it came from this place. You rolled really well on that, so I'm going to give you this. There's clearly like an insignia or a symbol of some kind that's sort of carved into it. And the whole thing has also got all these like tiny little, very intricate detailing of like plants and vines that sort of swirl up and round. It looks almost like a little bit rough, like a little bit like as though someone who is a sculptor, like this was the first thing they made, maybe. You can tell they clearly have talent and craftswork ability, but it's not quite how you would imagine. And as well as that, in comparison to everyone else, it's not made of stone or dirt or brick. It looks to be made of like solid crystal. It's like deep green in color. And it's also completely dirty. It's covered in plants, and you're sort of like yanking parts of things off of it, like to actually like get an actual look at it. So if you imagine, almost like an emerald, it's almost like someone has like carved into like an emerald almost. It doesn't seem to be magical in nature though, as you're looking at it, because you've got it's not as if you've got a good eye for what is or isn't magical, but it definitely doesn't seem magical. It almost just seems like someone has like created something. And even as you're sort of like trying to pull it out, more vines and plants are growing like around it, almost like trying to hold it in place.
And I like really try and yank it out.
That's what it's saying. If you pull it out, you can manage to pull it out. Nothing really changes. Like the environment stays as it is. But you can absolutely lift it out. It just takes like a bit of effort, you know.
I will do so.
Sure. So you got it in your hand.
Right.
I'll even give you with your 20. You haven't seen a whole lot of. Actually, that's not true. You've seen quite a lot of the world, right? You've explored a lot, and you've seen a lot of oddities. This almost looks to be a fairy origin to you. The way that it is, fairies tend to really enjoy. Like there's a lot of like crystal designs and concepts in a lot of their buildings. You've never actually been into like a fairy ruin, for example. But you've heard stories. You've seen artifacts. You've like seen a few things in museums and covers, and it does almost seem like fairy in nature.
Okay. In that case, Meryl will take it over to Marble and be like, Marble, I found this in the back of one of those column thingies. Looks a bit fairy to me. Do you recognize this or anything?
Yeah, so they're like talking to the little thing that turned to you now. I've
I'm not a historian, but I suppose I can take a look.
So, if
Pass
you,
over.
yeah, if you pick this up, Marble, it's very abundantly clear to you what this is. Or rather, its design work is very clear to you. The filigree pattern that is like etched into this thing is something that you're very, very familiar with because you've seen it a lot back home. Clearly the work of an architect, clearly the work of a designer, a person who had made a whole bunch of buildings and motifs and stuff. But this looks crude, like unfinished, like early work, like the beginning of a career maybe. You're quite certain who made this.
Yeah, they'll look back up on it. Where did you find this?
Is that the back of one of those pillars, the really flowery one?
It's made by Apple, I think. I guess they took up sculpting.
And they'll turn then to the little pink flower and show it to them, be like,
Meryl found this in their grove. Did you keep it or just lose track of it, or?
It didn't belong to us. We think that the gardener made it. The arbiter says that it...
And you can tell that like it's almost like they don't quite understand what they're about to say. Like someone has explained this to them and like they're just kind of regurgitating back what they heard. And they say
it's a symbol of spring. It's what springtime meant to someone. And it was the basis for us getting to be here.
Oh, it's... What do you mean by that? Do you know what you mean by that? The basis of you getting to be here?
We just know that we can only be here in the springtime. At least that's where we start.
Yes.
The arbiter says that if we move away from springtime, then, well, we won't really be the same anymore.
You'll grow and change. Yes, wasn't a question. Apple made this to represent what the spring meant to him, as you said. That's art, you might call it, that I mentioned.
So, Marble, if you're looking at this as well, you get a bit of an eye for things like this. This looks really, really old. By no means is this modern or made anytime recently. It looks like you can tell the way that it's scuffed and chipped over years, as though someone has held onto it for like a really long time. As if it's been with someone for a really long time. In the same way that someone might carry around like a good luck charm, like say a pen that meant a lot to them.
And... yeah.
That's interesting, but yes, Meryl, this is very interesting. Do you have a name, actually? I know your friend didn't, but...
The arbiter never really gave us names.
Would you like a name? Mine is Marble.
Oh, okay. Yeah, give me a name. Marble.
No.
I'll be Marble.
No, would you like to be something else?
No.
Okay. I suppose. Well, Marble.
They sort of pop their chest out like confidently, like, yes, I am Marble, yeah, it's true.
Marble and me.
Do you ever dream of growing up?
They get a little bit awkward, a little bit shy all of a sudden. But there is definitely an earnesty in what they say next.
I know there's a lot of things that I can't do until I'm grown. And even if I don't live very long. I want to get the chance to do it. I want to see what I can do. There's a lot out there in this scary world, and I know the Arbiter just wants to keep us safe, but... well... it doesn't mean that I don't want to get to do it. You know, the chance to fail at something is really cool and way more important than never getting to try at all.
Early wise.
They could have got, like, they put their hands on the sides of their face. They're like, oh, don't say that. Like, oh, okay. Like, they could have taken the compliment, you know, but they look a bit shy about it.
I was as wise as you when I was a little baby. Oh, look at you.
I know that sometimes it's scary to think that I could fail at stuff, but doesn't mean I don't want to try.
And I guess as they say that as well, Meryl, like, that does mirror something in you. You spend a lot of time in your own life, not necessarily coasting, but being afraid to take some big swings. In fact, this is probably, being here right now is probably the biggest swing you have ever taken. And granted, you've had a lot of unfortunate circumstances that have put you into places that were difficult, but that being said, there's some truth about that in your story.
Yeah.
Marble has a really like complex look on their face. But they'll try to put something on, like,
I was stuck somewhere safe like you as well. I knew I wouldn't be there forever, but I wanted nothing more to leave than to leave. And I found myself when I left.
What did you do?
I became lost again. I helped people, I guess. But
how did you do that?
Meryl mentioned jobs earlier. I technically made their jobs better.
What did you do?
I helped them work together. That's all. Spoke to them a lot.
Meryl, what's your passive perception like?
Oh, 12.
Cool. So put it this way, you guys are standing at the spring thing right now, right? Like, because that's where this conversation was happening. Meryl, with your 12 and your passive perception, you watch as something kind of shifts off in your periphery at the next pillar, very, very subtly. But you're so sure. For a minute, it looked like something moved on top of it.
Meryl kind of she goes to kind of take a look, but she tries to do it in a way that's not obvious. She's looking, you know, she's like, I'm just gonna happen to walk over here.
Sure. Roll me a perception then. Give me a perception. How perceptive are you?
Ooh.
Oh my god. Okay.
Very.
So with that first inkling to your attention being taken, as little Marble starts asking big Marble questions about, like, what did they do to change people's lives? Like, what did that mean for them? Like, what did they do? How did they do it? You spot that on top of the pedestal, or the pillar rather, that is very clearly summer. You watch as a flower on top of it very, very gently begins to grow, ever so slightly.
Oh.
Not enough that it's suddenly in full bloom, but Like a sapling is finally taken root almost.
Shit, it's 'cause I took that thing out.
Not quite, because you rolled really well. I'm gonna say you think it's got more to do with what Marble is saying, more to do with what Marble is doing, because it wasn't a shift being done until Marble started to open up a little bit. And then you begin to think, if spring is the beginning of something, the start of someone's life, the start of someone's journey, especially considering that what Marble was saying about that little idol that you found was clearly a first work, clearly an early start on a career of some kind. The beginning of someone's journey. Then what does summer mean?
What did you do to make their jobs better?
I spoke a lot. There's made rules so that whoever owned their jobs couldn't bully them as much. It's boring.
Oh no, it's interesting. Keep going. Do you have any fun stories?
I had a friend. Ronan was his name. He was a big-time business guy, and we hated each other at first. He had a lot of employees that weren't happy. I helped them unionize and organize some resistance, is the word, I think. What he found was actually they worked better when they were happy. And that worked out for me, because he gave me a lot of money.
Oh, lucky you.
I suppose so.
And Meryl, you watch us as, because you're clearly keeping an eye on this as Marble's talking. It does grow a little bit more, just a little bit more exponentially. Not excessively so. But you realise that, like, as Marble kind of opens up a little bit about, like, what the prime of their life could have looked like, so too does this pillar seem to respond to what that message is.
Noticing that, Meryl will be like, wow, that's so interesting. And then she'll just go on, like, she'll go on a big long ramble about, like, her job history, like,
well, then you know what?
All the while.
Let's hear it. What do you have to say? Nice try, but on you go, girl.
What are your qualifications?
It's really interesting, Marvin. You know, I once, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I worked for I had a side gig on a different magazine, and we wrote a lot about union busters and the like, and you know, we got some big businesses and some hot water about that, and that was one of my probably one of some of my best articles on it, and it's really interesting, you know, writing all that stuff. Yeah, there's this company that made bread, a bakery, you might say.
Yes, I know them, not Moas. They're owned by M.O.C.H.A, aren't they? Am I right about that?
Yeah. Sure.
I have to imagine this article wasn't the best, considering your knowledge of the matter.
No, it didn't really go anywhere, but it opened a lot of doors for me, you know.
Yes,
As you're telling this story as well,
Wow.
most of what you say,
Great story.
most of what you say doesn't really seem to, what's the word? Most of what you say doesn't really say much of an impact, but when you say it opened a couple of doors for you, that's when you notice that shift again. And clearly this thing resonates again with what that means to you.
Is there... Are you alright, Meryl? You seem unsure.
Well, I'm just noticing that pillar over there seems to be it seems to be responding to our stories.
Right. That's nice, but I think I see.
And I guess Marble just said, like,
Have you spoken to the others regarding it?
Well, I didn't want to say anything in front of the, those wee
They
things.
want to learn.
The little Marble actually says, like,
I really like hearing about what you did on the outside. It's exciting. We don't have
Really, you do?
onions.
Never heard of an onion before, but yes.
you can tell that they don't know what a union is, you know.
I suppose I could speak more, but it's less happy after this. You mentioned being scared of making mistakes, but that's... and the opportunity to make them. I made mistakes as well.
What kind of mistakes did you make?
I grew tired helping people, I suppose. I like change in my life, and I began to enjoy the perks of the job more than the job. I made a lot of money. Money is how we get things from people out there. And I began to partake in a lot more than I used to. I stopped caring about the job at all at a certain point.
And Meryl, are you watching as Marbles begins to open up about this part of their life? The
Yeah.
pillar next to that one, like you watch a tiny little sapling begin to sprout. The one representing autumn.
The autumn. The fall pillar.
The fall pillar.
And, well, yes, it wasn't great. There's a lot of complex social and political issues involved.
I'm sure. What would you say was the conclusion to all that in your life?
Sorry. Yeah, they'll say,
I made further mistakes, broke some friendships, and I've come here looking for something better.
Meryl, because you're actively keeping an eye out, it's barely a movement, right? Like, but the dinkiest, you almost like see like a leaf shift slightly on the winter pillar. There's clearly much more to that story than Marble is willing to share.
Very interesting.
Go on then, Meryl. It's story time.
Well, I suppose my writing career took a bit of a change after so I was on this big story, you see, and I thought I was really onto something big. Thought I was gonna really break something huge wide open, but I ended up hearing some really bad news. My ma, she felt quite ill, and I chose to keep on with my story instead of going back to see her. And by the time I finally made my way home, she'd passed away, and so had my dad. And that really changed things for me. I wasn't writing as much after that, and I thought I needed to make a big change, so when I packed up my things and thought I'd move to Spectacle.
That sounds really sad, lady.
It was sad. It was really sad. And my name's Meryl.
That was really sad, Meryl.
Well, that's life,
So Meryl, as you were telling your story, again you watched the Autumn Pillar pick up a little bit of steam, a little bit more than it had with what Marble was saying. You got the impression that like you were pretty upfront and pretty honest about your feelings there. And as the Autumn Pillar picks up as well, you watch ever so slightly as a little Marble. It seems as though they grow ever so slightly. The first real shift that you've seen so far is that listening to what you were saying about what your seasons of your life have looked like had a bit of an impact on them. They get ever so slightly taller, and the sort of closed bud that makes the flower on their head opens just a teensy little bit. And then they say,
What happened to your story? Did you get what you wanted?
Well, little Marvel, that's actually the saddest part of all. It turns out my story that I was chasing didn't even amount to anything. It was all a waste of time. I'd sacrificed so much for it, and I didn't even get what I wanted at the end of the day. It made me feel like maybe this writing career wasn't worth it. At least until I came here.
And do you think it was good that you did it?
Good that I did what?
That you followed your story and that you were sure that you wanted to do it to begin with?
Well, I suppose if I could do it all over, I'd never go chasing that story. Not after missing my parents like that. But on the other hand, if that hadn't have happened, I never would have made it to Spectacle. I never would have entered the tower. And I think maybe you have to have these sad experiences to lead you on in life, to take you down a different path,
And as you say that, Meryl, it's not subtle, and all of you would notice as suddenly a massive plume of flowers burst from the Autumn Pillar. The Spring Pillar seems to shrink ever so slightly, just a little bit, as the autumnal one seems to bloom in itself, as these orangey coloured flowers dangle over the edge. They take on full life. They don't look sickly in any way, but they do seem to matter.
Does Little Marble change?
Little Marble does change. They get a little bit taller. They almost they begin to like slide off of the plant that they were on, and for a minute panic spreads across their face, but then it changes to bravery, and Little Marble sort of lands on the ground, not in like a heap, but rather with certainty. They do a roll as they land, and then they stand upright, and they are bigger, taller, more culminated. Almost like instead of being like 7 inches tall, they're maybe about like a foot, 2 feet tall, something like that.
Whoa.
Their features slightly more developed, their flower coming into more of a bloom. And they say,
was really brave. You had to suffer so much, but you came out the other side feeling better, stronger. You learned something, and you weren't afraid to do those things even though it was hard. That's really... I think you're right. I don't think we should just stay here and wait for something to happen. I think we have to make our own decisions. And life is in our hands.
Oh, that's the spirit. Little Marvel, or maybe we should call you Big Marvel now.
Maybe.
Just Marvel.
Okay, just Marvel.
But clearly you guys are onto something. And Little Marble, Big Marble, Just Marble. They
just orange.
Just orange. They say,
I think I'm gonna leave the grove now. I'm gonna go look around.
Okay. Wow.
I'll see you soon. We wanted to talk to the Arbiter later. Would you like to talk to them later? With us?
they kind of look like they're thinking for a minute, right? They consider what they want to say to you, and then they shake their head.
I think I've said everything I need to say to the Arbiter. I'll see you guys later. Thank you for talking to me. This has been exciting.
I'll see you, Marble. Thanks for listening.
Oh, goodbye, Big Marvel.
Goodbye, Meryl. Goodbye, other Marble.
And with that, they... Oh gosh, I need to do it like this. And they disappear. They wander off out of the shrub, out of the ring of mushrooms. And one of your pillars has lit up, almost, not literally, but they almost seem to thrive with life in the same vein.
It's lit.
It's lit. But the same energy to be gained, I suppose, from the springtime one. It's a bit more in full bloom now. And I guess everybody else, you guys would all spot is that like this big plume of flowers bursts from that, and you watch as one of the little buds sort of like grow into a person in their own right and wander off. So you guys would spot that would happen.
Yeah, Vanille would go over and try and figure out what was going on. Did that thing just get bigger? What did you do?
Meryl's like, she's like kind of is tearing up and sniffling. She's like, I'm sorry, it just breaks your heart seeing him grow up like that.
Yes, very sad. What did you do?
We did our jobs, you understand. Spoke to them, convinced them. I'm a convincing person.
Right, I suppose that is one word for it. And you think we can do this with all of them?
Yeah, well, I just kind of spoke about things I'd done. So did Meryl.
Yeah, tell us about the summer of your life.
Well, tell them about it. Don't bother sharing it with us. I'm not that interested.
Great. I wouldn't do that. That's what songs are for. Are we not worried we are going to annoy the you-know-who?
Wasn't that the point?
Well, yes, but we should probably pick up pace.
I'm ready to fight if we have to.
See if Apple knows how to make weed killer.
Violence is not always answer.
And that's why we're talking it out with these things. So, put your big girl boots on and go speak to the damn flower about your damn
Put your
story.
heart out.
My boots are normal size.
Look like a size 14 to me.
Dawn, drag her. Dawn and M.O.C.H.A, what the two of you do, you both have like one of the little flower guys on you, and you see Vanille has walked over to Marble and Meryl, where another one of the flowers has got big, walked off, and a pillar has bloomed. So what are the two of you doing?
I suppose I would inspect the purplish one to see if any changes have occurred within them.
Not quite. They're kind of like, they're sort of like, they're not facing you, they're facing away from you, but they're like sitting on your hand, like looking out into the space behind, like just kind of looking out into like, they watch as like their friend has seemingly got big, but they don't react in any meaningful way. They just look at you and then like sort of like huff and then look away from you again. But they're like sitting on your hand, you know?
Okay. I suppose I would stand up slowly, carefully, to carry them over with me to the space in between the pillars. And I would kind of like look at Vanille, Marble, and Meryl as they're standing there. Oh, has the other one left?
He is making his own way in the world.
I think Meryl made them depressed and they walked away.
They really liked my story. M.O.C.H.A, how about you tell a story about your life?
That thing does not have
beginning.
stories. Don't be ridiculous.
Just let it speak.
Makes his point.
Well, I can't be certain that my stories would be quite as engaging as yours. But
no one can.
There
Just
are
before you start, sorry, hold you very, very quickly. Dawn, what about you as well? Like, you see everybody's sort of congregating together.
Dawn was just telling the little flower about the seasons, asking them, do they know how the seasons work, what it means for like the seasons to change and cycle, and what it does to flowers, how flowers bloom in every season. But then, when suddenly one of the things explodes with flowers, she will walk over with the little flower to everyone else.
Yeah, I think the little flower is also like, they're listening to you really intently. Like they don't quite know how all this works, so they are engaged in what it is that you're saying. But when you sort of cut off suddenly, they look over at the same thing you're looking at, and then like listen along and follow you. Like, I mean, they're at your hands, they can't really follow, but they're coming with you, you know. As you arrive, M.O.C.H.A is just begin to like, well, I don't know if my stories are as interesting, but I guess I have this to say. And M.O.C.H.A, pass back to you.
Yeah. He'll sort of continue. Well, if I were to go far back to the start, I suppose things were kind of strange for me. Ever since I had been created, I had constantly been picking up more and more responsibilities, many of which I didn't know how to do. But thankfully, I had someone very skilled and very patient at my side, who could teach me all the things necessary to take care of me and them to an extent. It was quite a gratifying experience each time I repeated a process and watching myself get better at it.
The summer tree grows ever so slightly. Not by a whole much. I say tree. I guess the plants, right? There's a couple more flowers bloom, but not a whole lot, just a few. And the sort of the purple one that's in your hand says,
Oh, so that you would listen to them, but you won't listen to me then? I see how it is.
Well, I am not so sure. If you want to teach me something, I am very interested to learn. But you must be aware that it is not embarrassing, or, well, your own fault, if there is something that you do not know. You must always be open to learning new things. And once you have learned them, you can then teach them to others.
They don't quite have an answer. Like, they look at you like almost kind of like moodily, but they don't necessarily say anything. And their eyes kind of look like their head tilts to face everybody else in your little group who are all standing here.
Ah, see. Perhaps it is not that I am not willing to listen, but rather that you are not quite sure what you were going to say. That is not, well, don't worry about it too much. There are many things one has to learn. Based on my appearance, many have assumed that I was quite, well, proficient with certain tasks, but those were not the kind that I was designed to do, nor was I able to study them yet. I couldn't possibly know what you can do, but neither can you until you have tried.
They look a bit pensive all of a sudden as they're sitting down in your hand. Like, they look almost like twiddling the leaves that make up their fingers. They don't quite know what to say.
Earlier,
you had
mentioned. Earlier, you had mentioned that you would like to look after your friends. Alas, there is a complete lack of danger in this valley. Sometimes you have to go out and face something rather uncomfortable. Just the likes that we did on our journey here.
Well, there's death!
But
we'll die if we leave!
Well, not if you are careful and looking out for each other. That is how we ended up here.
We're not gonna live that long. Don't you see? You guys have got like big lives where you could go out and figure out who you are and do all these things, and we're never gonna get that chance. We just have short times. And I want to make sure that my friends are okay and they're taken care of while they're still here. How would you know anything about dying?
Well, I have happened to look after someone until their very end. It was quite a saddening experience, but I can assure you, it would have been all the sadder had they been alone. And the way it looks now, your friend is about to go out into the world, and I am certain that at some point or another, they will face a challenge that will be quite difficult for them to overcome on their own.
So, M.O.C.H.A, when you're talking, the very first part of your story, if you guys pay attention, you watch as the winter tree grows ever so slightly, but nothing else happens as you continue to speak.
Okay. I am certain they would appreciate your company and the ability to protect one another.
They don't necessarily have an answer.
Well, So, do you mean to tell me that you are not at all curious about the outside world?
The purple one doesn't really answer you, but the white one who's like sitting on Dawn's shoulder does actually sort of perk up a little bit. And in a very, very soft voice they say,
I want to learn about what's out there. I find it really exciting to think that there's things that I don't know. And I really want to know how things work. I just don't know how to go about it.
and they turn their head towards you, Dawn.
How did you learn all the things that you learned?
Well, I didn't really get a chance to experience much for most of my life. I
Why?
just had to read about it. Like you, I was kept inside by people who said they were trying to look out for me and to get me ready. But it didn't really get me ready. And all I could do was read about the wonderful things outside that I never thought I'd ever get to see. And when I met someone who finally told me you can never really be prepared, you just have to do what's best for you and figure it out along the way. Yeah.
And Dawn, as you're talking, the summer tree again, the summer tree does seem to get like some real big blooms, like it.
Have any
You
big
feel-
blooms?
5 big blooms in the chat! Bloom, 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 bloom. Yeah. You've thrown through a loop. Yeah, Dawn, you get the impression that like something about sharing your experience seems to resonate with this little bud. And they say,
Did you learn anything from your books?
Yeah. Learned all sorts of things. Most of it hasn't been useful, but it might be in the future. Hopefully. I hope.
And when you met your friend, the one that taught you how things really work, was that useful?
It was the most useful conversation I've ever had in my life. And it will probably always be useful to me.
Or what
Dawn,
did they
as soon as
say?
is rubbing her ring.
I guess
What she said
the
is-
little bud looks down at your hand as you're doing that. Everybody else probably notices you're doing that as well, because your guys are all standing together.
What she said to me was very personal, and I shouldn't be telling other people. It was deeply personal to her and to me. But it boiled down to be free, to do what I want. And at the end of all this, to see everything that I've read about in the books. Even if I don't know really what's going to happen.
So even if you don't feel prepared, you feel confident about it.
Well, yeah. Otherwise, what is there to life? Just doing what you're told and not getting to experience things.
They nod, and you notice as you're speaking a little bit, again, the summer tree seems to bloom just a little tiny bit, and they grow ever so slightly in your hand. Maybe about an inch in total. The flower on their head begins to sort of like unravel a little bit, getting a little tiny bit bigger as they get a little bit taller. You feel like you're making progress on what it is you're trying to say, and they seem to be really understanding the idea of sometimes you just can't always know what to expect, but you have to just do it anyway. I guess they trail their eyes from you to the rest of your group, almost expectantly, like waiting for someone else to chime something in.
Elbow Vanille, yeah.
Please, how much experience can you have? Really? It's... Well, I'm not going to lie, I haven't exactly done very much myself, but I am here now. I once knew someone who was very experienced. They kind of inspired me, I guess. A bit like this.
What happened? Are they still your teacher?
No, she was old. Experience comes with age, and she was very old, and well, it was just her time, I suppose. I wasn't that sad. I didn't cry. I don't cry.
I guess if anybody's looking at you, Vanille, what does your face say?
Blank. But she is like kind of like picking away at her lyre, which she does when she's kind of nervous.
Well, maybe you can express yourself in a song. I think these buds would love to hear a song.
You can play music.
Well, yes, I don't actually like the word play. I think it downsizes the importance of music, but I suppose
Play the fucking song.
Okay. Let me see if I got something that maybe you could understand. No, this is also a bit highbrow. Here's something I wrote when I was younger. I suppose it's a bit more juvenile, easier to understand. I'm not actually going to play a song.
Baby shark.
Then
Shots on any ball.
I turn my attention to you and I ask. I'm not asking you to sing a song or to play a tune, but what kind of song do you sing? Give me more about the song that you decide to play.
Oh yeah, it was something that she wrote when she was younger, so it's very like it's the kind of like love song that you write when you don't really know what love is. You're just like, you've heard popular people sing songs about love, so you assume that's what you write about. It's very vapid. Yeah. Yeah, it's clearly not very good. It's very poppy.
Okay. But as you and how well do you play this? Like, do you really put your heart into this?
She's got a bit of an audience, so she would be trying.
Sure.
Especially since it's the first time that everyone's really heard her play.
Yeah, roll my performance.
Okay. It's gonna be really embarrassing if it's low. Okay.
So, feeling a bit on edge to watch these people sort of to watch these people who you don't really know experience you earnestly in song. You begin to sing, and all of you realise for the first time, damn, Vanille can really sing. The song itself is juvenile and it is a bit vapid, but that being said, it clearly came from the heart of a person who believed it in earnest. And even though you could tell she feels a bit cringe about doing this, something about it really feels special to you guys. And you really do put some heart into this, Vanille. And as all of you listen to this song, she strums away on her lyre and belts out some velvety poppy tunes. You watch as the summer pillar fully culminates. A whole bunch of flowers bloom and begin to drip over the edge, and the springtime one seems to fade ever so slightly. The little white flower that is in Dawn's hand also seems to match this energy, growing bit by bit in the same vein. And to the point where, Dawn, you need to like begin to put them down to the ground. You begin to lean down as they get bigger and bigger. The flower on their head fully grows, almost kind of like a lily, like a couple parts dangle outwards. The sort of a cape outfit that they're wearing almost takes on a style slightly similar to Vanille's, like a tailcoat. There's a bit of theatricality about it. As they stand, again, like is about like a couple of feet tall. And their eyes that have this tinge of sadness and now seem to be somewhat inspired as they look up at you, Vanille. And they say,
I think I understand what it is. Even though you wrote that song without seeing anything about the world, and you didn't know what love meant or what it would do, you still put your heart into it, and it meant a lot to you at the time when you put it together. I don't need to know everything about the world to experience it. I don't need to see everything to feel ready to embrace it. Sometimes you have to just feel in your heart what's true. And I think you did that. And I think I can do that too. I think I'm going to leave the grove. I feel inspired. Maybe I'll write you some music of my own.
Yes, you should try it. Just don't pick up the violin. It's overplayed.
That flashback to smashing that guy in the head with that violin. Yeah, in the same vein as the last one, this little bud looks at you guys and then takes like a low bow or like a curtsy, like putting their leaves out wide, in a sort of theatrical flourish. Clearly maybe even taking a note or two from your book, Vanille. And they walk off.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. It was nice to meet you, Dawn.
And off they go.
Well then, Marco. Share. What? More of your life, please.
Well, which part would you like to hear about? It
All
has
of
been
it.
much the same. Same for most of it.
Exactly.
Just share all of it and don't listen to her. Share what you feel feels right.
Share a recipe, perhaps?
Oh, well, a recipe should be a well-guarded secret. But sometimes, when you have a recipe and you think that it has been perfect for all the time you have had it, you find one day that you still yet feel the need to try something else with it and make it into something new. And sometimes that can be something even better. Small changes over the course of a couple of years can have great effects. So even though something is great the way it is, that doesn't mean it needs to be like that forever.
That's it.
Well, I suppose...
Your creator. Why do you look for them? Oh,
Well,
whatever.
You can see M.O.C.H.A just kind of... He pulls a blank one for a little bit, before, sort of standing up more straight. Well, it wasn't my creator himself, but his father, whom, unfortunately, I have never met. Alas, the people whom I grew up knowing spoke very fondly of him. They thought a great deal of him. And unfortunately, the person I looked after, Madame Merlin, never got to know what became of him after he had entered the tower. I thought it was quite awful, and I have wondered ever since. And, well, after Madame Merlin had passed as well, there was not much left for me to do. So, I suppose I came to the tower on this entire journey to find closure. For myself, but also for Lady Marlene.
Why? Couldn't she just do it herself?
Well, no. She never had the option. And I believe it is something that she regretted.
You just wait?
Well, not forever.
Why?
Because sometimes humans die. They don't live infinitely. Not as, well, some of us may hope to. They are around for quite a short while, I have been told.
M.O.C.H.A, for the first time since you've been talking about stuff, this is the first time that like there's quite an exponential growth to be said in the last pillar, the winter pillar. It's not quite culminated fully, but you can see that a couple of flowers have bloomed, these bluish coloured, very pretty, sort of snowy like flowers, with like these tiny little dots of white like flecked through them. You feel like you're on the right track. But the purple flower in your hand just goes like,
See, she waited and she died. Death seems to be a thing that's gonna happen no matter what I do, so why should I even try?
Well, you may as well spend your time doing something that you like. I have known her to be quite fulfilled in her life.
She lived for her loves at the end. I think you mentioned her children or child and her husband. Right?
Yes, she was quite devoted to making sure that my creator, her son, had everything he needed. In the same sense that the Arbiter was quite devoted to provide you with everything you needed. And yet still, when the time was right, she was prepared to let him go. Because she knew that there was something more important waiting out there for him. I didn't quite understand it at the time, but I think I am beginning to understand.
the little purple flower in your hand begins to grow ever so slightly. The flower on its head opens a little bit. And again, the blue pillar that represents the winter in the same vein also seems to grow ever so slightly. And they turn to you and say,
So what was it all for then? If she never got him back and he just disappeared and then she died, was there even a point in her waiting to begin with? Doesn't it seem like her life was a waste of time? Did she even do anything?
M.O.C.H.A will kind of like sit down, like he's feeling a little dizzy. Well, I would say that her life had plenty of purpose. And after all that has happened, I am still here to remember. And I remember her well. I still, well, mourn, but I also look back at all the great times we had. It has been a pleasure.
But you couldn't save her. You couldn't protect her.
I could not. But I hold her memory with me. And anyone who would like to hear about her, I will tell them. And hopefully, someone will feel inspired to do as she did. To make a person smile each day. And therefore, make the world a better place.
So it's almost like she never died. If you hold on to her.
Every recipe I know, I learned from her. And I believe it is fair to say that Meryl can attest to the deliciousness of my treats.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, even after she is gone, Madame Merlin continues to bring joy to everyone I meet. Through me.
Even if I die, you're gonna remember me too.
I think so, yes. After all, I wouldn't have met you had I not gone onto this journey. And I believe that you have great things to do. You only need to believe you can do them.
So, as you say that, in the same vein as many of the other things, everything seems to culminate in a moment. As the flowers grow on the winter pillar, moving exponentially so too does the growth in the last little bud that remains. And as you're kind of on the ground with them, they get slightly bigger and sort of sit down on the ground in front of you. And all the while they are growing, the flower on their head getting bigger, the sort of jacket-like weave of flowers that wreath around them. Jacket-like sort of leaves that sort of wreath around them. Take up more like a scout's cloak kind of shape and visage. Almost like they're a hat. Like a bodyguard almost. Like protective armor maybe. And they say, and even though she's gone, you're still gonna hold on to her memory and you're only here because of her. You're doing this quest because you'll never forget who she was and what she meant to you. You're doing it to honor her. And that's how you protect her. I think I get it.
Yes. I am trying my very best. And it is also fair to hold on to things you hold dear. Carry them with you and continue to grow.
People listen to you if you're kind to them. And she was really kind to you.
At this point they stand up, they sort of clamber up off the ground, and stand again like a couple of feet tall.
I think I understand. I have to protect my friends while I can. And even if they die, or even if I die, it's important to hold on to a part of them that made your life memorable. I have to go. Good luck with meeting the Arbiter and finishing your quest. All of you.
Why, thank you. Thank you ever so kindly, and good luck to you as well. I have no doubt you will have many, many positive influences on other people's lives.
So, as you watch, and the last little bud leaves out of sight, wandering off, all of the four pillars seem to glitter and glow with the unique hue and colouring of a different season, each of them meaning something else. The seasons of life. And all of you realise in that moment, as you look at all of these shapes, all of these growths of flowers and colour that all sit in this playground, so that it were. Each of these seasons are more than just a literal season. They represent parts of a life, parts of experience, parts of things that need to move on, else they stagnate. Kind of how this place has already. And bit by bit, because you had noticed them before, Vanille, the back wall of all of these plants slowly begin to wither and peel away. Gently at first, and then slightly more exponentially so. As a trail of stairs leading from beyond this platform and winding up this sort of bark or foliage structure, as the path to the Arbiter is finally open.
Uh-oh.
As we're going to take a break. So hold on a sec. Right, okay, we will be back and right, I'm gonna move you guys first. We will be back in like 10-15 minutes. So everybody say goodbye and we'll see you then.
See you soon.
Bye.
I can't wait to see Mr. Verdon.
Unhinged. Right. Hello. We're back again. So, are we ready to go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was kind of a rhetorical question, but thank you for answering. So, as you guys spot the stairs and begin to maneuver your way up. Don't let me. Nah. Yeah. So, as you guys begin to maneuver your way up this set of stairs, this almost like climbing up another tower of its own right. You make your way up through the trees, up through the foliage, and you just keep climbing. Battling all the way through like the sort of foliage and trees that sort of poke and prod at your backs as you make your way up this spiraling vine-like tower. And yet, even as you encroach higher and higher to the top, you realise that as big as this thing is, it clearly doesn't even stand a chance against the huge scale of the plant life that makes this place. Trees and all kinds of other foliage and plants build up even higher once more than from where you are at the tall height you currently stand. And then eventually, you arrive at the top, where a series of mushrooms denote loosely the shape of a doorway almost. The entire thing up here is almost like the shape of like a bulb, like a teardrop type shape. And as you push mushrooms out the way to clamber your way inside, you find yourself here, in a heart almost of this huge, massive place. And so, as you battle your way through this thick foliage of dense petals and layers of pollen and seeds, pushing mushrooms out the way, you arrive. The room itself, if you could really call it a room at all, like I said, it has a sort of teardrop shape, and in lieu of windows, there's almost like a thin lavender dew that coats the outsides of it, and you can see over like the sort of skyscape of this floor, and it's endless. You were much higher than when you started, and that sort of like miniature version of the tower. This place, kind of in the same vein as when you were in the Black Desert, it doesn't seem as though it has an ending in sight. Although the foliage is tough and hard to see through, and it's all incredibly dense, you imagine that even if you did have a clear view, this place is almost like a whole world in its own right. Like all you're seeing is just a glimpse of the entire scale of such a place. And as you turn your attention to the center of this room, there's a sort of like spiraling, like almost like a hedge, you know, like a topiary hedge, kind of like that spirals all the way up into the ceiling and seems to poke out through the top of the bud. And as you kind of like cautiously stand around, like you can spot there's more of these pools of lavender colored water. The entire smell of this room or this place is pleasant. The gentle wave of flowers sort of ebb and flow back and forth. This is definitely the culmination of this place. And suddenly, a voice. It doesn't seem to be coming from any specific place, but rather it's coming from the entire room itself almost. A gentle voice, a soft voice and a pleasant one.
Hello and welcome, guests, tower guards. I'm the arbiter of cycles, and it would appear you found yourselves in my domain. Oh, entities like you prefer to have a thing to look at. Give me but a moment.
And you feel like the ground loosely shift as a whole bunch of like little mushrooms begin to sprout up around. And then off in the distance, close to this big spiraling kind of pillar in the center, something begins to push up quite aggressively through the flowers. as a massive mushroom slides into view. It has almost like the shape of a face in its patterning. It doesn't animate or move necessarily, but it does almost give you a thing to look at.
I can see animating.
Yeah, I mean, it has a bounce, has an ebb and a flow, but it doesn't. When you hear the voice, it's not like the mouth of the mushroom moves or anything. It looks almost like an imprint or a pattern, you know. And am I doing this correctly? Yeah. Okay. So it sort of like slides into view, and it almost has like a vague visage of a person. And then very slowly, like parts of the mushroom sink in and take on the expression of like a face. And thus it looks a bit something like this.
You've been making busy work of my little one.
The behest of others, yes. It also seemed, frankly, unjust.
Unjust? How can you say it's unjust? In what way is it unjust? They are my children. I only want what's best for them.
And they wanted other things. Just because they're children doesn't mean they don't have free thought.
They don't know what they want. They don't know what they think. How very dare you assume to know the whims of such creatures? They are but innocents. They should be protected.
Well,
it's the worst that could happen.
Themselves. Indeed, as Meryl said.
The worst? Why, the worst of all fates. The failure of life itself. Death.
As a being of the tower, I have to imagine you know there are fates worse than death.
Perhaps you're
One
correct.
of the laws.
Would you say, sorry, Meryl?
That's one of the laws.
Yes.
And wait a second, aren't you a big mushroom? Aren't you a detritivore? You live off death?
No, not quite. I am everything here. This entire room, this garden. Bavarian Verdant itself. Even that flower.
And the flower kind of bobs a little bit, like, as you acknowledge it.
Does it hurt when we step on you?
Suffering is a part of my existence, but it's nothing.
What about that flower up there?
Yes, even so. That flower over there.
And again, that other flower starts bobbing a little bit.
So it does hurt?
Pain. The suffering of life. But a minor one.
I have very big boots. Just saying.
Yeah, I know. I can feel them. Size 14, am I right?
No.
Well, in any case, I am incredibly sorry that we are causing you discomfort. I am M.O.C.H.A. Very pleased to make your acquaintance. As
I know
we did
who
with
you
your
are.
Oh.
As I say, you're in my domain, my garden, my very soul itself. I have ways of paying attention to some things. I mean, no disrespect. I don't have the option to not pay attention.
Well, it is good to be looking back at you. Alas, I must insist that your buds as they are surely an extension of yourself as well. Well, it seemed that during our conversation, they came to a conclusion of their own rather than simply assuming whatever values we were trying to, well, whatever values we were coming in with.
But you can't earnestly believe that that was their own decision. That was your influence, your infiltration.
That's life. You learn from others, from their mistakes. They chose based on what we give them.
In the same way that we have taken something from this conversation as well, and will carry it forward with us.
You speak of pain, and I'm all too familiar with such a thing. But I don't want that for my little one. I don't want them to grow up and suffer. Both flowers as them don't live very long lives. And the further they go from my watch, the further they sever their bond with me. I am afraid of seeing them suffer. They're not like the rest of my garden. All of this is me. Not a single aspect of anything you've found while you've been here hasn't in some way been an extension of myself. But they feel different. As a parent to a child, that's the relationship we share. I don't see why things can't just stay as they are forever. Why should I let them do that?
Sorry, Vanille.
You made them. You should have known that they will grow up and they will die eventually. That is part of your design, yes?
But I don't want to see them die. So why should I, if I can protect them, hold them sacred, stop them from suffering such a fate? Why can't I?
You designed them that way.
But I didn't. Not really. They are their own means in the same way most plants are. I provide nourishment and growth. But I don't control how they turn out. Do you think that if you could have saved those who died, would you have let them go so willingly into that abyss? Or if you could, would you have protected them and stopped them from that suffering?
Sometimes it is just your time.
Experience is meaningless without an end.
You want them to live happy lives, right? They can't be happy if they don't get to see what life is all about.
And those who are leading happy lives, strangely enough, find it easier towards the end to, well, let go of it.
So you would say that to live a happy life is more important than living a long one.
Oh, yes.
I would argue so.
What's the point in living a long life if you're not happy?
There's almost like a nudge to
Perhaps.
Marble and Meryl for not answering that question. The mushroom kind of twists a little bit to face the two of you.
Marvel like crosses their arms
Shade.
and looks like annoyed, but they'll say,
I suppose I'd rather be happy, yes.
What did you say, Meryl?
I just said shade. Don't worry about it.
Okay. And what is your answer to that question?
What? It's better to live a happy life.
Yeah, like they're asking, like, would you rather live a happy life or a long one?
Yeah, absolutely. Gotta make the most of the world. You can't do that if you're cooped up.
But I just worry that this season is the only one they will ever see. They're not designed to live much longer. All of you. You are capable of seeing the seasons of life. You have a beginning, a prime, a fading, and an end. They live such short times. They'll never get the chance to get that opportunity that all of you take for granted so sincerely. You're allowed to make mistakes, but they don't get to live to get that chance. Don't you see why I don't want them to grow?
Well, I certainly understand the sentiment. Alas, it appears unto me that, as their lives currently are, they are yet experiencing even fewer seasons, being stuck in but one.
You have a point.
And if I may elaborate, and I know this might be a rather painful memory, but when you think back to those who came before, the ones that have come and gone, would you not say that their lives appeared fuller towards, well, the evening of their days? Doesn't this one, well, this group, deserve the same chance?
There was pause, consideration.
Say I am to believe you. Do you believe it's worthwhile in letting the seasons of this cycle continue on? If you believe that as things are, they have stagnated, is that a lesson that all of you are willing to fulfill in your own lives? If you feel like things aren't changing, you'll let them move on. I listened to your stories, and I paid attention to the words you used. Marble. You said yourself, you did something you loved and it gave you happiness. Yet that wasn't good enough for you. You gave up on what you loved to do something selfish, because that was more fulfilling. I acknowledge that what I want is selfish. But why should I let it go? You were forced to make a change in your life when someone interrupted your path. If I'm not forced, then why should I have a reason to want to change?
May have been forced, but my motivations for what I do isn't. I could have found somewhere else to continue that life. I'm just as capable as I was, but here I am, trying to make a change here. That's because I recognize the flaw, and I recognize that I am capable of making a difference.
But don't you just intend on going back to that life with whatever you hope to find here? I see your heart and soul. You want power. You want to use that power.
To get rid of the opportunity that people like me took advantage of.
Then tell me in earnest. What do you want with the rest of your life?
They'll take a deep breath and they'll say,
I want to change society as a whole. I think it's sick and corrupted, and I think humans are the reason why.
And you think yourself innocent. You think that you face no repercussions of your own actions. My reach is far, and I see more than most. You cared only about yourself, and you made others suffer under your boots. Do you honestly sit here and tell me that the problems in this life are not yours but are the humans?
I think they're quiet for a time. They look sort of like, not pained, but sort of uncomfortable. And they say,
I made mistakes too, I suppose. But no. Yes, I am to blame in part. But I move past that now, I hope. I want something different for this world. Not this one, I suppose. My one.
I see. And there is a moment of silence, you know, like a hesitation. And I guess everybody else, like, they seem to go really hard out on Marble there, you know? They really sort of focus something into them there for a second. This life that you have lived, stagnation had come and gone. And change was forced by an outsider. What do you think you will do once you've completed your journey here, Marble?
Turn to her. Enact her will, as I know it mirrors mine.
I see. You intend on moving to a new season of your life. Yet you aren't sure how to predict it. I see. Then I ask you, in earnest, if I can provide everything that my children need, why should I let them go for something that I can't predict?
Because in the end, it's what they want.
And you will consider the whims and wants and wills and wishes of others in your future endeavors, once you have finished your journey into the tower.
You can interrogate anyone else, or is this some kind of tribunal for me and my actions?
Do you wish us not to have this conversation?
Yes, there will be others I consider.
You want power. Vanille wants recognition. Meryl wants renown.
Got me there.
M.O.C.H.A wants reconciliation.
and Dawn. You want resolve. You are in charge of the seasons of your own lives. You're in charge of what your fates will go on to be, and what they will look like. This life that each of you have is short. Some shorter than others. But I believe you when you say that you want more out of your worlds than what you are currently stuck in. And I see now too. Much like how you had stagnated before your journey to spectacle. I too have stagnated the lives of my children and not given them permission to grow. I shall resume the seasons of the Vivarium Verdant. But in return, I ask that each of you continue to shift the seasons of your own lives. Is this a promise you think you can agree to?
Personally, I am looking forward to it. Well, that is not entirely true. I am quite anxious about it, but I know that it must be done.
That's one.
Well, I suppose it will give me something to write about.
That's two.
Oh, I don't know if I could stop it if I tried.
I'm happy to hear such a thing. You have a good spirit. And that makes three.
Oh. Cheers.
I can only continue forward. That's what I said I'd do. And that's what I'll do.
You must see in yourself, Dawn. Your life is truly in your hands. And that makes you four. And for a moment, Marble, you almost feel the spotlight fall onto you, you know? Like, almost like the flowers themselves wait in audience. See what you would say next. And I'll pass it to you, sorry.
The stagnancy I found myself in was its own death. As things will change.
An astute perspective to have. I see now that all of you understand that life is about experience and seeing the new and always attempting to follow it. And I am guilty of robbing my children of such a chance. Thank you for traversing into my domain and for having this conversation with me. You have given me much to think about. And as they finish speaking, all of you feel ever so slightly the heat in the room build up just a little bit. And out beyond that sort of lavender dew wall, out beyond like the infinite greenery of this place, warmth begins to fill the area. The colours of the plants shift ever so slightly, subtly bit by bit, from the fervent greens of a springtime bloom into something a bit warmer as the summertime finally takes hold and shape. And as each of you turn back once more to face the Arbiter of Cycles, you see that they have already gone. Or rather, the mushroom has already gone. But not before you hear the thick sounding, the thick sound of heavy footsteps from somewhere nearby, like heavy footfalls treading on grass. And a friendly face begins to pull their way through the foliage and greenery as... Oh my gosh, no. Sorry, my browser's having a hard time right now. As Apple begins to make his way in, like, into the space. Right, I heard something had changed. I saw that the path up to here had moved.
Yeah, we did it. We've restored the seasons.
I suppose you did. Sorry, hold on. I'm having like a really hard time in my browser. Give me just 1 sec, folks. Give me 1 sec.
What's the calling?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
I'll help you fix that. I'll roll a corner.
Oh, okay, thank you. That'll make it
yeah.
more.
I see technology's a thing.
Oh yeah, everyone roll technology.
Okay. Oh, never mind. I do PC exploded.
Well, that is emblematic of how we all feel then. That's that. Right, okay, sorry. Right, I think I'm stabilized now. My browser had just briefly crashed. Apple wanders in, like, wading through the plants and the flowers, and is like, I saw the path be cleared out again. Well done. I don't know what you said, but it seems it worked.
Yes, it's very hot now. I almost want to take my big jacket off, but that would ruin the outfit.
The boots don't go with the weather either.
Okay. Can we drop that?
Every
It's hard
step
to
you
miss
take hurts the little flower mushroom
You
lady.
don't even have feet.
I mean, if your feet are that size, imagine what size my feet would be.
I hate you so much.
Well, with the Arbiter having changed the seasons again, that must mean the path back to the tower will be open again.
Oh.
That's
Fortunate.
Would you say sorry, Marble?
That's all.
Look, I don't make the rules around here. I just know that
We died for the last one.
it's a strange place. I understand that. I'm not going to make it out as though I know everything how it works, but I do know for a fact that, well, every floor is different. And look, I have a bit
What's
of a
the
present
orange
for you.
floor like? Oh.
Come on, follow me.
Yes, I suppose.
So he begins to walk like to the back end of this space, this room, and begins like pushing plants out the way. And as you guys watch, a couple of plants here are already beginning to like die off a little bit, or rather get smaller. The same way that plants like would either bloom or change in summertime, so too is it reflected in this environment. As Apple begins to make his way through the sort of foliage. Meryl, were you asking me a question there about another floor?
Yeah, I was just wondering what the orange floor is like.
Well, I'm not quite at liberty to say. But try asking me another question. Maybe I can answer more of a yes/no type thing.
Rate it out of 5.
It's not yes or no.
He looks a bit like, he smiles, he looks a bit confused. He's like, I'd give it like
Is it
a 3, maybe.
Oh.
Oh.
It's not really my kind of aesthetic or style.
Is
but
that-
it is important.
Hmm.
Is there danger in our future? Things that might want to kill us?
Well, I'll say this much. In spite of what floors you might choose, the closer you get to the bottom, the harder it gets. You said this is your first floor after the death floor. Mister, I mean the purple floor. And he looks really, like, embarrassed for a second.
Did you just say the death floor?
No, I didn't. I said the Black Desert. What I said was the Black Desert. And he puts
We're
his
gonna
hands
tell
over his
your
eyes.
boss.
That was a lot more than a yes or no.
I mean, my big mouth. I'm gonna have to apologize to someone.
Why?
Ooh.
Yes.
I'm not at liberty to say.
How would you rate them
Someone
out of
that-
5?
I mean, stop with this.
Can you write it down?
Can you
No.
hold up 5 fingers?
What's with this ranking all of a sudden? Can we do something else?
You're-
Would you say the orange floor is more Kiki or Boba?
I'd say more kinky.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
that's not good. That's not
And,
good.
uh,
No, it doesn't bode well.
We spoke of the death floor.
Anything but the Kiki.
Oh,
We
don't give
already
me the
know
Black
about that, so
Desert.
it's fine.
You're talking about the Black Desert. It seems like through gritted teeth.
The rule there, does it still apply to you, Apple?
He smiles.
Is to presume.
I am not at liberty to say, but what I'll say for sure is think back on what you know about that rule.
So
Think about it carefully.
Does your service in the tower continue?
I suppose in a way. But not the same way that it is for
Then
you.
Well,
How long until we reach the time floor?
What makes you say that? Time floor.
I was just fishing. Sorry. I
Nice
guess
try.
that's not one of them.
Can you go fishing?
Catch yourself.
I think she'd be better at it than you.
Please don't use the F word.
Seems a
That's
little
the
bit
word for me
racist.
to use, not you.
Yeah, Dawn, now it's very racist.
do you believe that the Arbiter is going to be looking more favorably upon your presence now? Perhaps you can strike up a new conversation.
Perhaps so. To be honest, I could do with a bit of a break. Things will eventually turn to normal back here, but that'll take a while.
Did a previous tower god die so we could enter the tower?
Say that again, like.
First rule. Something died to take our place. Was it a previous tower god?
Who's to say? Maybe. Maybe not. But I'll give you this for free. That's quite astute. This place has a funny way of communicating with you.
Interesting. Well, this gift, has anyone else anything left to say?
Well, you mentioned about taking a break. Does that mean you will be leaving this floor and go on vacation to another?
I suppose I could.
I've
What?
heard the death floor is rather lovely this time of year.
We're talking about the Black Desert.
Yeah, I'd give it maybe a 4.
He's like filling his head in his hands, like he's like caressing his like forehead, like.
Where would you go if not this floor?
Ooh, that's a fun one. Ooh. Yellow makes for a very interesting experience.
How's the weather there?
It's good for the nightlife.
It's light.
Interesting.
They have clubs.
What's a club?
You'll find that
It's
when you're older.
like a big stick. Dawn.
An ancient bludgeoning object.
Don't let her know. We don't want her there.
Finally, you say something smart.
Nil, alright.
Apple.
Rab.
Before I have a quick question, if you don't mind.
I'm sure I can try and help you, Don.
In both your adventure and seeing many others pass through, have you seen anyone get sick in a way that they shouldn't before? Is that something that usually happens, or have you seen that before? At all?
In what kind of way?
Just wondering. You said a tower can do lots of funny things. I don't know if it can do things to us on individual levels, is all.
Well, I'll say for free that everyone comes out changed. Some for the better, some for the worse. And I think if you've not come out changed in any way, you weren't paying attention. Some people do get sick. Sick physically or in a different way. Many have passed through here,
Huh.
and all of them have felt something a bit different. I'll tell you for free, my journey was definitely not what you're going to be doing. Things work a bit differently in here.
Right.
On one hand, it's all the same, and yet always changing.
Okay. Thanks for that.
No, you're welcome. Is there anything I do for you lot?
Got anything to eat? I'm starving.
I found something I think is yours.
Oh, what did you
From
find?
the den, I'd imagine.
And they'll pull out
You
the
didn't
little
found
card,
that. I found that.
I found it in your hands.
And they'll go to hand it to Apple.
You're gonna catch these hands in a minute.
They're so good.
Yeah, Apple definitely laughs at you guys' like interaction, and if you pass it off to him, he looks down at it and smiles and goes like, "Yeah, I use this to help set up the system. Thanks. I wasn't quite sure where it had gotten to."
It was with the children. It helped. You'd like it back, yes?
Why don't you hold on to it, Marble? And he sort of passes it back to you and closes your hand around it.
We're kind of like,
And like, alright, I suppose. I've got the space for it.
Can't have you go forget me in a hurry. And who knows? Maybe if you make it back outside again, it'd be a little bit of proof that you met me. And he winks. I heard I'm pretty famous out there now.
Clearly.
Would you have us deliver it to someone?
Nah. Everything I need and everything I love is in here somewhere. Unfortunately, I don't think that the outside world is much for me. Not left, anyway.
Well, it is good to see that you appear to be content.
Oh, rightly so I am. This place has been good for me. I chose to stay here because, well, I can make a change and a difference. And not just for me, but for this place as a whole. I came to this place a pretty selfish person. And I'd like to think that's not who I am anymore.
You certainly have been of aid to us, and we shan't soon forget it.
Oh, that's very sweet, M.O.C.H.A. I gotta say, I'm quite impressed with what the outside world is doing with you lot. I never thought I'd see something like that. That's like old world stuff, as far as I'm understanding.
This came before.
Perhaps I've said too much.
You imply that fairies could build things like this before?
Well, rumour has it, I suppose. There's much to be said about the old world. You think our lot are capable of building something like this? No, I'm not going to finish that. And he smiles like he always kind of chuckles to himself. The tower itself is much grander than anything I could have hoped to have seen with our kind.
There's not a chance any of the other races built this.
Excuse you.
He just smiles.
I don't think it's siren, considering not in the sea.
It's a bit dry.
The humans are...
It's obviously
build
not
like
human.
this. Yes.
Excuse you. Unnecessary.
Sorry.
Interesting. I suppose, thank you, Apple. That's something to think on.
You're welcome. Who knows? Maybe we'll see each other again sometime.
I would like that. It has...
I was just going to say, it's been nice to get to know you. You're a bit of an odd bunch. Less, coordinated. But I think that's a fun quality about you.
How would you rate us out of 10?
10.
No, out of 5.
5.
Okay.
Sorry, 5.
Yeah, much better.
That is a very generous rating.
I mean, there's 5 of you. Might as well be 5. 1 for each of you. Ah, maybe 4.
You're calling me
But
a
that's
1
not
out of
great.
5.
That was a joke. That was a joke, I promise. I'm just joshing you.
Or was it?
Well, I
All
like to
jokes
say
have a
that...
kernel of truth.
Haha.
What were you going to say,
Just
M.O.C.H.A?
laugh at that.
I was just going to say that it has been a very pleasant experience. And he looks up at all of you. It's like, is anybody gonna laugh? No. He just looks straight ahead.
Experience.
It's a play on words.
What the hell is that robot talking about?
I don't think robot is a fair word. And you just got to raise this point. But I don't want to hold you up for too long. Oh, and before I forget, I've been working on something for a while. And I think it'll be more handy in your hands than mine. Right, who wants it?
What is it?
Well, thank you for volunteering. And you realise he'd be carrying like a little satchel with him. And he pulls something out and hands it off to you. Lorcan, what I would like you to do is add Apples Arcadia to your inventory, and then just read out the flavor text for me.
Haha, you have to read.
Annie gets the statue.
No one told me I had to read this game.
That's what you get for running your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Resembling a tiny vivarium and a slightly larger than average snow globe, Apples Arcadia looks like a miniature version with all manner of whimsical and odd-looking plants, as though one is peering into a smaller version of the Seafoam TM floor of the tower. Sometimes it looks lighter, and sometimes it looks darker inside, as though it has a day-night cycle, and sometimes it even looks like it's raining inside. On the bottom is a small sliding flap where small roots poke out. Interesting.
Does it require watering?
So, I was going to say miniature version of Vivarium Verdant, but whatever. He says, it's a mostly self-sustaining thing. It does need a bit of stability, though. It won't do as well if it's jostled around in your bag. You're better off putting it down somewhere safe. I'm sure you know where.
We'll return there then, yes. Good. I left some things there. Will they still be there?
Who's to say? Oh, I don't know. Oh, it's a mystery.
You are to say.
Yeah, you're the one that can say.
Oh, I'm not allowed to say, I'm sorry. It's not on this
Oh, you're
floor.
not
I
allowed-
can't answer it.
If you're not allowed to say, are you allowed to sing?
That's very astute, but nobody wants to hear that. And he kind of looks all bashful.
Yeah, true.
Harsh, but I can't say I disagree. It's not really my skills lie elsewhere.
Mm.
So, if there's nothing else you guys intend to say to Marble, I keep doing that. Nothing else to say to Apple. You people all look the same to me.
The rest of the campaign.
You only see fairies as one.
Yeah.
Marbles out, apples in.
Yeah.
Marbles already
Marble
gone
now.
into the
I mean,
forest.
you didn't even ask him to go with you. You guys are so rude.
Everything's marble.
I was going to, but I felt awkward.
So he leads you to to the back where all these sort of where more of these roots are sort of gathered. And it's a relatively clean sort of square, all things considered how messy this place is. A couple of roots ever so slightly peek over the tops of some stairs. And he sort of pushes a big sort of leaf out of the way. And you can see a set of stone steps that look very, very similar to stone steps that you've seen before. I know it feels a bit anticlimactic, but fortunately it's how this place works. Every floor has its own unique way of doing things, shall I say.
Well, we certainly learned a lot, didn't we, Marble?
Oh, what did you learn?
Certainly so.
Yes, what did you learn?
I learned that this place is apparently some kind of witch hunt for people like me. And I hope you come next.
You look at Vanille.
Oh, you're playing the victim. Interesting.
Your song sucked.
I have better work, okay?
I found it to be quite pleasant. And I don't think that... Well, I don't think anyone meant to harm your feelings, Marble.
I did.
These things... Well, you shouldn't do that. Alas, we are going to be confronted with many unpleasant thoughts.
Some more than others.
Yeah, it's only gonna get harder from here.
You
Wait.
know another half of it.
Well,
Oh.
bid you good luck at least. Do you want like a hug or a handshake or something? I'm never really sure how to say goodbyes properly. Oh, sorry.
I'll go in for a
Check will
hug.
if you go for a hug, like he absolutely gives you like a really, really good hug. He's actually like a weirdly good hug, you know. And imagine like as you do, you brush some of the flower petals off of his shoulders, and he gives you like a pretty solid hug, you know. And he's like, "You're perfect size for a hug."
Oh, well, thanks.
I
I'll
like your
try not to
glasses as well.
grow any bigger.
Certainly not.
Oh, these? Their prescription.
Wait, is that? And he's kind of, he gestures to your camera. He's like, "What does that do?"
For this? Oh, well, I'll show you. Smile.
He smiles. He's got a pretty handsome smile, you know.
Yeah, let's take a picture.
Cool. You sort of click a photo of him, and he's like, he's a bit sort of stunned. He's like, "Oh, right. I think I've heard of something like that before." Well, thanks. Good
I can't really show you the results until I develop the film, but if I get a chance to pop back, I'll show you.
I look forward to it.
Plan to do that.
Let me use my dreams, will you? Lovely to meet you.
I
Meryl.
mean,
Lovely to meet you too, Apple. Hope it's not the last time.
He gives you a wink. Imagine you guys all begin heading
She's
down. Unless,
blushing.
yeah.
I would also like a hug.
Yeah, so
God also wants a hug.
he will absolutely give all of you guys a hug. Not that we're quite as flirty as the hug that Meryl got, but you guys definitely get some real hugs.
Aw.
They're gonna have gay
It-
sex.
It was nice meeting someone else from the den.
And likewise, Dawn. I hope that you have as good a time.
And someone who knows what Restore was and what it's really about. It's rare these days.
I hope that by the time you're finished here, you know what you're looking for.
Thanks, Apple.
And if you do see Scarlett again, tell her I miss her.
I will if I do. I will if I do.
Thanks. And Mocha, I hope you find your... I hope when you meet Adrian, gives you an answer that you're looking for. And he kind of puts his hand on your wee shoulder, and looks at you very, like, gently.
I am hoping so. I understand that you cannot disclose much information, but even if you did, I would have to see for myself.
That's what life's all about. Good luck to you.
I hope you will
Good luck to all of you.
like me.
I think it's be hard not to. I'll see you.
Nice.
Will you see something there?
I was just gonna say, like, Mocha's face doesn't change much, but you can see that he's like beaming. You know.
And he gives you guys a wave as you all begin to take some steps down into a place that you are becoming all the more familiar with as your time in the tower continues to wear on. Let me just double check this is set up for you guys. Okay. Yes. Okay. So you guys begin to walk down and leave behind the pungent floral smell that was Vivarium Verdant, and begin to make your way back down into the darkness of the interior of the tower once more. You'll start making your way down the stairs. Sorry, let me just move you guys a little bit. There you go. And I pass it back to you.
Oh, well, that's nice, wasn't it? I thought that was lovely.
Very enlightening.
That's enough, I suppose. Apple's a character.
Yes. Marble, what would you give the floor out of 5?
That floor?
Yes.
2.
But you got a little flower guy named after you now. Surely that's worth something.
Oh, big marble.
He's the reason it's not a 1. He was alright. I say he, I never asked. But
Don't think flower have gender.
actually they do.
They do.
Yeah.
Do I look like a botanist?
Kinda.
What?
Someone doesn't know a thing
You
about
certainly-
flowers.
Well, Marble, would you care for a crumpet? Your mood seems, well, down a bit.
I don't eat.
Oh,
You can
He's
say
just
that
like
again.
that marker.
well, just let me know if you feel like having one.
Despite that, we still need to keep moving. I'm still not well.
And what are
And
you
we need
looking
to be
for
quick.
to help you?
You'd rather not know.
Well, I would rather know, so we can help you.
I know good many home remedies. I am sure I can whip you something up the next time we take a little bit of a break.
Is it a crumpet?
It's not. I'll let you
Well,
know when I'm
not-
desperate. Right now, I
crumpet.
still have time.
Well, I'd rather you didn't feel pushed or desperate. We can surely turn this around before it gets any more severe.
You cannot.
With any of us?
Well,
Some of you might, yes. Now let's go.
Ooh, so mysterious.
Okay, keep your secrets. You just kind of like continue on your path. Again, this place looks largely unchanged from everything that you've seen before, everything to be expected of being seen before. And once again, you can see the big concourse pillar in the center of this room stands as it should. The case right now, however, is locked. But you can see underneath it, there's a couple of little, what do you call it? The latches on 2 of the plates inside seem to be released, and a new colour is available.
What
Damn
color
yes.
is it?
Blue and also brown are available. But you can't currently touch it.
We
Like,
should-
the case is like locked if you try to pull on it.
We should go upstairs first, right? To
Agreed.
leave marbles
stuck.
or apples things off.
For what it's worth, you have
Yes.
to close the door to unlock this, by the way. And if you close the door, once the door has been closed over, you hear the lock of the thing sort of like unlatch. In addition to that, you hear the heavy sounds of the tower sort of chugging and moving around. Like something very mechanical is happening around the place. It is abundantly clear that something has shifted outside of this room.
If Marble tries to open the door while that's happened, does it like stay locked or?
You feel like the door's like a locked-in mechanism. You can't actually move it while this is happening. But if you try to open it once it's done, there's no more sound. Like the mechanical grinding comes to a stop, but you can open the door once again.
Watch out for long appendages.
I'll be fine.
And Marble step back out.
Are we going upstairs?
Suppose so.
If you're so keen.
Wasn't the upstairs a part between floors, as we tried to change them last time?
No, we hadn't changed them yet, from what I remember. We'd talked about it, but never did.
Oh.
Yeah, as you come to the foot of those stairs, you can see the stairs still do lead up, but you can see there's a light at the top rather than a darkness. Because it was dark when you guys just had to come down from Meryl and Dawn, whereas right now it is incredibly dark. It's incredibly light even.
We got
Go up the stairs.
I could do with a long rest after all these stairs.
So, as you begin to make your way up, you get to the top and are greeted not with the sort of overcast sky that you had expected to see from the Black Desert. Instead, things are very colourful, rife with life, one could say. Plants and trees all overgrown in all different places shine and brightly sort of colour and spackle this area with a cheerful sort of shine and glow. But oh my god, that's so loud. Turn down. Turn down.
What?
But
I like this one.
as you enter, something is very different. And as you come up the stairs, you spot that where once there was nothing on the top of this tower, where only you had before the sort of colour of the sky and the empty shape, there's almost like blankets and curtains, a tent pole, a wagon, a whole bunch of stuff. And all of a sudden, what you thought was maybe a scarecrow or a mannequin or something like that, twists the top half of its body around to face you. And hold on. Twists around to face you, and a figure very casually speaks up.
What are you on? I was fucking waiting for ages for these, man. How long does it take to get a floor to the tower?
What is that?
What are you?
The question is, I can't just ask people, what are you? I'm a taxman.
The taxman.
Oh, I knew taxes would be a problem.
Great, I love doing my taxes.
I've never paid taxes before.
Oh, I'll help you, Dawn.
I'm happy to have this.
How did you get here?
Oh, don't ask me questions like that, hen.
And give me a second, I'm going to move this to here. This figure who stands before you is definitely oddly shaped, to say the least. Very energetic and effervescent the way they move. Though they don't move the way a person should. Almost like a puppet on a string. They sort of like move in odd ways. Their limbs bend in odd directions, and the head at the top, with a bowler hat cautiously balanced on top, it seems to bend and twist every now and again, as though like it's deflated from the inside.
Come on, you want to do some shopping?
Do we have money?
We don't have coin.
I didn't bring my P60.
Oh, don't worry about any of that. Look, we use my currency around here. That's why I'm actual pure reliable. You want to see what I've got? Right, hold on a minute.
And he steps up to his wagon, and I've got some really fun for you guys.
Is the glass music?
I'm gonna kill myself. I have to stop saying that. cheerfully sort of like stepping out of the way, he moves to the side, and you guys can hold on.
Oh my god.
Welcome to the Taxman's Trades.
Oh my god.
So, what you guys could do is there is actually little buttons over here. See over the.
No, there's not.
They're very, very small, but I'm currently but these are the things that are available for the Taxman's shop at the moment. And he says, "Don't worry too much. I've only got a wee bit of stock just now, but I'm sure I make sure I stock up again for next time I see you." Now, I know you're wondering, how exactly do I spend money? Well, a couple of ways you can spend money. If you've got any old shit you want to get rid of, just get it me. I'll take it off your hands, and I'll give you some coins for it.
Oh.
So you know if you've got like junk that you don't really want to carry about, throw stuff off a cliff. What's the point in that? If you've got shit you want to get rid of, get it me.
No point in that. There's absolutely no point in that, I agree.
I don't know, get a stupid bastard would just throw stuff off a cliff when it's got value.
It wasn't my idea, it was marbles. Marbles.
And what carrots? Enough money to go by anyway.
You
thought I'd find a scarecrow in the damn... Whatever.
A scarecrow? I'm a taxman!
You're a taxman, sure. Even worse.
No, I'm the taxman.
Yes. How much would you take for, say, like a whole robot?
Well, if you're done with your pal, he's a guy. Like, I can't just like go buying stuff like that. I'm talking about random shit. Things you don't really want. Things you've got picked up off the ground or you're not really going to use or anything like that.
Like a liar.
I'll take it if you want.
No, absolutely not.
I'll make a list, I guess.
So, gotta be said, there's some things you want to get ready. I'll take them off you. And if we see if you decide, oh, I can actually take it, I want that again, just trade it back, as long as you still get your coins. I'm a fair businessman. I'll just do a wee bit of trading with you. So, if you've got stuff you want to get rid of, get it me and I'll take it off you. Otherwise, if you want, I've got a couple other ways you can earn some money. And like I said, I've only got a couple of things in stock just now, but I promise next time I see you, I'll have others.
What are the other ways we can make money?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. The sponsor of this video is Surfshark.
It's a shark? Raid channel legends.
Don't say it, don't say it.
So, it says, what you could do is, if you want to temporarily get, I'll take a wee teeny bit of your skill and talent away, make you a bit shite at something, and if you complete a floor of the tower, I'll give you a payout for it. Now, you can either decide to choose something that you're pretty good at, and I'll make you a bit shite, or alternatively, what you could do is, I'll pick something at random that you're good at, and you get a wee bit more for that. So, I'm going to explain to you players, and the out-of-canon way of what he's telling you guys you'll get. So, you can either, hold on a second, my browser is having a panic attack again, I'm just doing something to fix it.
Wonder why.
Who would have thought? So, what you can either do is, if you regress, you can take what's called an incompetency. An incompetency is a reverse proficiency. So it means that instead of having your proficiency bonus added to your skill, you will have it subtracted from your skill. If you could choose a skill to get an incompetency in for floor of the tower, and if you do so, you will get 10 coins from the taxman as a return on that. Or alternatively, you can choose a random skill and get 25 coins, but you can only take one per floor. You can't do this more than once. In addition to that, if there's any items in your inventory that you want to get rid of, you can exchange them for coins from the taxman. And like you said, it's more like a trade rather than like an actual sell
So you can buy it back if you say you want to get it back again. And he's offering 1 coin for any common/mundane items that you guys have got, or 20 coins for uncommon, 30 for personal, and it's and 50 for rare items as well.
And if trying to say here, what skills can you have it encompassing any skill? Is it only in skills you're trained in, or
in any skill? So, say for example, right? Just take a stab in the dark. Let's say you take an incompetency in nature, and you're already got like no bonus in nature. You now instead have a -2 in nature, because that's your current proficiency bonus.
Okay. And you don't lose proficiencies if you get an incompetency.
No, your proficiency is your proficiency
still
is
added.
It's added and subtracted again.
Yeah, cool. Because I have expertise in some things, so I was just like, I don't want to lose my expertise. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
He also say, so I've got a couple of nostrums just now. For old people who've left their stuff behind. So I've got a wee handy stash of things if you're looking for them. So cook up some brews myself. My brews are a bit, potent. So if you want the good stuff, I've got that available.
What's this enriching mulch I'm seeing?
Oh, the enriching mulch. Well, I know what happens. Rumour has it that in accordance with a few things I've learned, you've got a wee vivarium on you. The enriching mulch will make sure that it works in double time, so any benefits you would get for it, you get it doubled. And if bag of enriching mulch, it's got 5 uses in it. Look at that, eh?
Oh.
Interesting, actually.
So, just to clarify as well, if we take a regress or a incompetency in one of our skills, we get the coin now, and then after we complete a floor, the incompetence gets reset, or?
You don't get it now, you get it after you've completed it. So if you take an incompetency now, you go through a floor of the tower with an incompetency on your skill, and then when you meet the taxman next, which he'll make it clear that he'll be here every time you guys return to this place. He will tell you that if you, whenever you get back, he will give you the payout for your incompetency and remove it from you.
Can you have more than one incompetency?
That's what I said already, is that you can only have one active at a time.
Okay. That'd be really funny to be like, I'm taking all my skills. Pay me.
Give me the money.
I will have.
There's a possibility that later on he might offer the deal differently, but for right now, he says you could take one.
Okay.
Okay. I will have 1 random incompetency, please.
Hey, sure thing then, pal. Let's see. So what I would like you to do is, let me just double check something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Roll a d19 for me, please.
Roll a d20, and if he gets a 20, he doesn't lose one? Oh.
9!
Okay.
9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Your investigation has now got an incompetency on it. So if you wouldn't mind, could you put a -2 bonus? And I'm going to be real, you guys are going to level up in a minute. So keep that in mind.
It'll be a -3.
It's going to be a -3. Yeah, I think it's -2 to level 5, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I will also do this. You seem trustworthy. I really enjoy the big jacket. It looks very good.
Speaking of this, you carry a big jacket yourself. Gotta say, big jacket enjoyers rise up.
Yes, exactly.
Roll me a d19,
yes.
Please, Vanille. You do random, did you say, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Investigation is not such a bad deal. I'm already horrible at that.
Oh.
2.
Okay.
2 is animal handling.
Oh no!
No, not animal handling.
There's no way you were good at that, right?
No. That's +3.
She's got. Oh wow. Okay. So now you have a +1. So if you
What
don't
if we
mind,
go to the animal floor?
I would also like, could you guys write down just now what you're taking these in, and I'll make sure to add my notes by the end of the session.
Already doing it, King.
I suppose I'll do it as well.
Oh, that's the spirit. Gotta say, love it when you get a wee bit of aggression on the go. Because, you know, I need to see you earning. 19.
No, that's a chase skill I have.
Yeah, that's the skill you're good at as well. So your technology now has an incompetency on it. So please put a -2 on your incompetency. A -2 on your investigation. Not investigation, technology, I'm dumb. It's because Mocha put a message in the chat saying that.
Yeah,
what about yourself, Hayden? What about yourself, Gray?
Yeah, take these. How much are we giving for it?
Right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go, 5 tax coins. You can add 5 tax coins.
Come on.
You try barter with me?
Yes,
well, what else you gonna give? Convince me! Tell me why I should let you have it!
This is our first deal together. It's good to build a reputation with your customers early.
Roll me persuasion.
No! I have my advantage.
You have no idea of his face or what he looks like or what he's even really thinking. But he seems pretty happy about it. He's like, you know what? Here's 1 extra. There you go, pal.
No. I'll just remove all that then.
And everybody who is taking an incompetency, what the taxman actually does is you would spot that there is behind him, like on his, he's got like a wagon. He sort of like pulls it around a little bit so it's facing you guys, and you notice that kind of similar to the panel that you guys would put your hands onto in the center of the concourse. There's one of those, like a handprint machine. It's a little bit bigger than the average hand, and it doesn't look tailored to any of you guys in particular. And as you, it'll sort of like, who was the first one to do it? I think it was M.O.C.H.A was the first one to do it. So you tell M.O.C.H.A to come over, and M.O.C.H.A tells you put your hands on it. And once you put your hand on it, instead of the blue glow that you'd seen before, it's like a red glow, and you feel like almost like a surge pass through you. Like it's hard to describe it. It's almost like a. The only person who understand it the most is Meryl. It's almost like when Meryl got hit by that lightning from the little crystal, it's like it sapped something from her, it took something from her. You feel the same way, like you feel a bit lethargic for a second, a bit dizzy, and you sort of shake it off, and it would line up the next person to come and do the same.
Can I investigate what's wrong with me?
You get the impression you have an incompetency.
Oh no, in my investigation, no less.
Hold on a second.
And
I give you 6 items.
I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you should get 7. So what if you're making an exchange with him, Marble? What he'll do is what he'll do is you notice there's like a big grinder on a shelf behind him, and he takes all your stuff like at once, and he just chucks it into this big grinder. It's almost like a meat grinder, and he puts like his hands, and again his hands are kind of floppy and awkward initially. And he sort of puts them onto the grinder, and you hear it chug really loudly. And a slot at the bottom drops out like 7 coins that he holds out, and like he grinds out like one at a time until like he gets them out. And then like he sort of like twists the top half of his body while the bottom half like stays facing what he's facing. And he sort of bends awkwardly backwards and hands them to you. Go, pal. 7 tax coins.
Thanks. How lovely.
You're welcome. Forgot to mention, by the way, this mulch is on special, so if you don't buy it now, it's not coming back.
Get selling, everyone. We're getting that mulch.
Well, one moment, and I'll begin rummaging through my things. Let's see. I'll conduct a little list of
4
things.
crowbars as well, so you can have my crowbar.
What do we need 4 crowbars?
He's over it,
Only a
Crowbar
few.
machine.
The taxman will bung the crowbar into his grinder, and again he chugs away on it and spits out another coin, and then like he pings it to you. The coins, for what it's worth, by the way, like do have a very unique design. They are sort of like diamondy kind of shaped. Like longer on the sides, And in the middle they have like a line down the center. It almost kind of looks a little bit like the eye on his head, but the shape is a bit odd. It almost looks like a series of lines intersecting on each other.
I'll go over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items. All my bedroll stuff, blankets, tents. Is that alright?
Can you write out a list if that's okay, just so I can see exactly what you're giving up?
Yeah, I'll write a list.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so what he'll actually give you there, Mocha, because that's your stuff, right? He grinds up all of your vials of fairy dust individually. So you actually end up with 5, 6, 7, 8. He passes over 8 tax coins to you, and you can take those items out of your inventory.
8? Ooh. You know what? I'll use electrum pieces to keep track of this because, I mean,
that's a good idea, actually.
The best
Everybody,
use at once.
Yeah, use your electrum to keep track of your taxman's coins. You also feel free to use the party inventory if you want.
Mocha, you have 8 out of 7. That's enough for the mulch. Yes?
Oh, yes. Would you like to borrow my coins?
We're working together here. It's not borrowing. But yes.
All of a sudden, we're working together, yeah.
You're like what this does, right?
I mean, yes, I see your point. And I hand over the 8 coins I have.
Yeah, and I want to purchase your mulch, taxman.
He's back. And if you pass over your 8 coins, or your 15 coins total, he passes you over this big bag of mulch. It's quite, it's like maybe like 2 feet tall. Like it is quite a big, huge bag. And weirdly, like the uses seem kind of inconsistent. And I wasn't sure you guys going to buy this or not, so I haven't made an item, but I'll make sure to have it for you ready next session. So you will have a bag of enriching mulch come next session.
We have a
mystery item.
Yeah, we have a bunch of nostrums in the party inventory. Will you
What about
use
it?
those, Vanille?
What about it?
Well, you
Those random pills you have. Are you gonna use them?
Well, yes, I didn't get much of a chance.
Sure.
I'll use one right now. Make a point.
what nostrum are you taking, Video?
Just don't do that.
What's the?
5.
Yeah. I'll take a floaty one because that'll be funny.
So you take it and you feel a little bit lightheaded, I'm pretty sure, from taking a floating nostrum.
Take dinner, what a shame.
And Dawn, if you pass over your coins to the taxman, he grinds them up, and you can get 6 tax coins.
And I presume all the random swords and bullets we have lying about here can be handed over.
We can keep the bullets.
Do we need the random pistol?
No.
I'm dumping the 2 short swords and the pistol from the party inventory.
He's them over. So is that 3 more? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3 more.
Good. Can I add 3 more tax coins?
I'm just gonna add those 3 to the party inventory.
Love bartering.
I see you're pretty good at it. But you're good at something though. Me, I'll chat to anybody.
Money.
Look at you, head. You're not really in the market to buy it. And he says, turning his attention to Meryl. Meryl, are you muted?
Meryl's dead.
Oh my god.
You have not said anything forever, by the way, so
That's fine. I didn't. Meryl says, "Oh, nothing's really speaking to me. Maybe another time."
are you sure? I can my brews are pretty good.
No,
Put a couple
no thanks.
coins toward a brew if someone wants one.
Well, what do these do?
Right, so it's a gallus brew, a shifty brew, a thirsty brew, and a visionary brew. My personal favourite.
And that's all? They just shifty you?
Oh, not quite. How do I explain it? So, a gallus brew will make you really, really good at something for a wee while. And what that means is you'll get a +1 to an ability score of your choosing for 1 hour.
Whoa!
A shifty brew will changes a wee bit of something about you, but it's only temporary. It won't only permanently affect your personality or anything like that. Just might, make things feel a bit weird. And what that means is the special unique colour that is assigned to your character that you'll choose during your character creation will shift to something else for one floor of the tower.
Oh. Interesting that matters.
Thirsty brew, well, it's good for keeping some urges at bay. And if you feel thirsty, it will make you feel 1 day less thirsty. And a visionary brew. And a visionary brew, my personal favourite. Well, it gives me a wee glance at another floor of the tower. And what that means is you will get a vision of one of the next floors of the tower that are available to choose from.
How much will you take a glue grenade for?
Right, what's the quality of that thing?
Green.
Is green uncommon?
Yeah, it is.
You get 20. You can get 20 attackman coins for that.
Yeah, Marble will throw the glue grenade in the thing and say,
2 of the thirsties, please.
2? You want 2?
2. I want 2.
Right, alright. I mean, don't go worrying about spending them on a hurry. Again, I wasn't sure if you guys were going to buy any of this, but I'll make sure that you have 2 thirsty brews available for the starting session. Technically, you would say, right, what we'll do is after you all take a wee nap, I'll make sure to brew up something special just for you. We'll leave them here, I promise.
Right. You're going to just stand there while we sleep?
Oh no, I've got things to do. Very busy man. I'll be away.
But you'll be here?
I mean, I'll stick about for a wee bit. How?
No reason.
That's a bit sus, but alright.
The rest of you can do what you want.
Right, folks. Anything else for you? I'll do whatever you want. I'll do a wee dance, like watch.
And to call it a dance is very dishonest. It's more like a floppy jig. Like I said, the way he moves is kind of unorthodox.
Does he just look like
Can you
he's doing
take
what
off
he's
the
doing?
bag on your head for us?
No, absolutely not. Taxman's face is for the mirror only. And I mean, would you think I would lie to you? Would a guy in a pink shirt lie to you? No.
He has a point. Big jacket,
Are you a
pink shirt.
tower guard or anything?
I didn't know that the colour of your shirt indicates trustworthiness.
Absolutely. Colour your shirt says everything about who you are.
Exactly. You should really get
I
the
wear
shirt.
an apron. What does that say about me?
Do you like cooking? There you go, pal. Have that for free.
He is correct.
You don't wear clothes. I mean, I think you're a bit bold, honestly. I mean, I've got to buy the gumption.
A coat's about 6 years out of date.
It's vintage.
Classic unbig jacket enjoyer.
Exactly.
Big boots enjoyer too.
Excuse me. We are
Is that all
normal,
then?
average size boat. Yes, enough.
No, alright. Oh, yeah, I guess belonged to you, by the way. And the taxman picks up something that was like laying on a shelf behind him, and he tosses it to you, Marble. It is your crossbow bolt that you left behind. I don't want any flair. And they feel right to just leave it, you know?
Oh, there was a tentacle thing on the last floor we were in. Is he a compatriot of yours? Co-worker?
All of a sudden he looks sheepish. No, come on.
Something very fishy.
Excuse me?
I could say it. I have friends.
You do?
Not just say that.
Well, I'm going to sit down for a bit and have some of my brew.
I thought you didn't need to eat or drink. What is so enticing?
Your brew also will not be ready till the end of your long rest, by the way. That's what he said.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine.
Quiet yourself, Vanille. Don't ask too many questions.
Don't answer too many questions.
I'm not.
I know.
Okay.
So, is there anything you guys want to do? Or are you going to settle down for a long rest?
What kind of long rest?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to juggle.
Are you good at it?
Does she look like she's good at that?
Nice.
So, let me get my long rest music on. So, if you
I
all
love
set...
fireflies.
You will not believe your eyes. So,
10 million tentacle guys.
only 10 million. So, the taxman leaves you guys alone, and you can see he's already beginning to work on the brew for Marble. But you guys are here once again in this area. A serene sort of gentleness in the air makes it much easier to relax and sleep in the same way as you had assumed before. This is almost quite certainly the same place you were before, but the landscape has all but changed in a way that is unexpected but also weirdly expected. What was once the Black Desert now is almost reminiscent of the Vivarium Verdant. And did any of you guys want to do or talk to each other about anything before you settle down, or are you just gonna go and rest up?
I would
Nah.
one last time to be persistent and consistent. Approach Marble and ask him. Sort of like M.O.C.H.A just comes up to you and gives you a little wave of the hand. Hello. Are you certain you do not require any aid?
Nothing you can offer, M.O.C.H.A.
Well, how would you know?
I know
have
what's
cured
wrong
many.
with me.
Well, I won't unless you tell me what it is.
Maybe another time.
Well, I will be around if you change your... opinion. Change your mind. So,
Ways.
I hope you feel better soon.
Agreed.
Alright. Well, I'm going to cook. If you feel like eating something, feel free to drop by.
I'll consider it.
As each of you spend some time resting up, recuperating and the like.
I do actually want to speak to Dawn as well.
You want to speak to Dawn?
Something
Okay, sure. Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
during the night. Marble will just at some point just stand up, all of a sudden step over to sit where Dawn's sitting. Probably not even sitting yet. They'll say,
You mentioned Scarlet.
I have.
She's part of your organization. Some fairy.
She is.
She spoke of the tower to you. The way you reacted.
She mentioned a few things, but that's it.
Like what?
Things that I said I wouldn't repeat.
Things
Something
we've seen
that-
yet?
She didn't go into many details. And even if she did, I promised not to share. And I keep my promises, especially to Scarlet.
We're on the same side here. From the same den, in fact. Myself, Scarlet, Apple. Don't you think that means something?
Maybe. But Scarlet made me promise not to repeat stuff. Especially to people who might know her. I can't betray her trust.
You implied to Apple you knew something about me as well. How?
I know what's happened to you. Or at least I think I do.
Who did you know?
What caused you to be feeling so sick all of a sudden, Marble?
You understand then the severity?
I do.
Did you understand the options I have regarding it?
Not in full detail, but I know how unusual it is, and I understand why you're scared. But you're not. You need to tell everyone else. There's no way we can make it through it unless we're all together, unfortunately. And we need to make it through to the end. Which means you need to accept help.
I don't think certain people here would be happy to learn.
Maybe not, but others would.
One other, I imagine. But I'll consider it.
One thing Scarlet told me, that I'll tell you, something that Apple said as well. You either come out better, or you come out worse. You gotta make sure it's not worse.
That sounds like generic advice to me, but I'll think about it.
Do. But hey, same den, huh? Everyone seems to be coming from that place.
Odd, isn't it? Auspicious, even. From what I understand, you barely saw it, so...
Compared to a fairy, yes. But for me, it was majority of my life.
You understand the significance of Apple, then?
Yeah, I do.
The fact that he's so stagnant is disappointing.
Well, he seems happy.
Perhaps.
And you know, we did just make sure that floor no longer remains stagnant. Maybe that'll have an effect on him too.
It's been a long time since he was significant in the outside world. I don't see him going back to it.
Maybe. Who knows? Explains where he went though, doesn't it?
course. Well, we all knew you went here. Well, I should rest.
You
Make sure
should.
the taxman doesn't steal anything.
He doesn't seem the stealing guy.
And Marble,
We'll see.
as you prepare to walk away, suddenly a pain surges inside of you somewhere. An unusual pain, something you've never really felt before. Almost as though something is cracking on the inside of you. Let me change the music for just a minute, just for the tension, eh? Love the drama. This is the right one. You feel this pain begin to tear through you. And as you look down, you feel your whole body shaking. That pain, those pangs, well even further. Suddenly you look at your hands and they split, they crack, but they don't just break apart, they begin to splinter. You collapse over, doubled in pain. And you can't help but wail. The experience is not only unpleasant, but forceful, like someone or something is ripping you apart from the inside and then putting you back together. And all of you watch as the clothes that are on Marble's body seem to almost like shrink away, fading away to somewhere on their body. You're not quite sure. And what is left behind stands tall, ominous, pointy. The shape is wrong, far too wrong. Marble.
The book.
Take a second stage as it continues to set in. Anybody in the audience? There's some drama going on right now on the HUD. There you go. And that is where we're going to leave tonight's session.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Damn.
This does not bode
Okay.
well.
That looks friendly.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
That's Marble, guys. Stop being mean.
I don't like that. Right. That's why you want to sullen crowbars.
Color.
Right, hold on, let
Trying to
me
starve us.
shift us over.
I knew that thing was evil.
That thing? My god, you get accrued racist points
Yeah.
even now.
That's not like, that's not being racist. That's a creature now.
Okay, like, what the hell, sure.
I'm racist against that.
Oh yeah, I'm racist now.
Why is his mouth coming out of? Oh,
Oh, yeah.
no.
That's horrible.
Yeah, that's perfectly normal phenomenon.
No.
Oh,
I don't think they're really meant to do that, guys.
You guys should go
I'm not
watch.
an
You guys should go
No.
watch the intro again.
How would you know?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I can't
That's
believe no one
better.
caught that. I
Yeah,
can't.
not a single one of you.
Sean also, when during a Reaver session, Connor was like showing Sean like, oh look at the tower I did for the tower.
Oh, was it?
Connor was like, oh yeah, that's Lorcan, blah blah blah, and
Oh my god,
Sean was like, I
yeah!
love Lorcan's other form.
Oh my god, yeah!
And Kelly was like, what?
Oh, how did I forget that?
Yeah, I was like, shut the fuck up, you know.
We were in person for that as well. How did I forget about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean, you're getting called out on the stream.
Yeah.
So,
Fuck Sean.
as we always do, our wonderful mod Egg has collected some my brain turned off. Some questions. So let me just blitz through them and see what we have to say.
Good questions.
Well, after
they're not fair, you maybe ask them. So Egg has said, "My doggy to the flower children." I mean, is Dawn not like a few years old, telling the children about stuff? Dawn, how old are you? Do you know how old you are?
Dawn is pretty young. She is, I think it's either 13 or 15 years old.
Oh, damn.
I mean, that's actually quite old for M.O.C.H.A for what it's worth, but yeah, you are right that you're
15.
younger than most of this party.
Older, any kid that's older than another kid will be an elder to the smaller kid.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's like the whole people born in 1999, like talking to people born in the 2000s.
I was still older than that. I think I was older than that flower kid anyway. They might have been older than me, but that's not the point.
Also, another question we have is talking about the pillars, like also the tower, like the towers affect this, like the pillars talk about like affect the seasons. The answer is yes. Obviously, like those pillars are sort of meant to be emblematic of aspects of a season, and because all the seasons were in absence, the players had to do something about it to make it, you know, whole once more again, if that makes sense. But talking about Marble's past, did you learn from your mistakes, Marble?
What answer?
That is not an answer.
I mean, he turned into a creature, so.
What's the session again? I don't know. I think the answer's there, right?
Both there.
That's a good question, though.
Another question was, Marble is a scab? Scandalous? Are you a scab, Marble?
Well, a scab's like someone who
works during a strike.
Yeah, works during a strike. So he's not a scab. He's actually kind of like.
His pronouns are they then.
Yeah, I guess they're not a scab, but they're definitely not socialist.
The one slur.
Oh, at least word. Maybe
The
not.
one slur.
Yeah, they're the ones that's the same as said.
Another question was, you ended up with no pals, Marble?
I wouldn't say no pals.
Okay. That's fair. These are some of the questions that came in. The first one is a banger. Why is Vanille racist?
She's just felt that way.
Because humans.
She doesn't get out much, you know. She's not got friends.
Yup.
Yeah.
Why does Marble hate workers' rights?
The one slur.
Because they're the one slur. That's the answer to that question.
It's complicated.
This is a fun question actually. So this is a really good one for you guys. Okay, aside from Vanille, which instruments do or would the rest of the player characters play? So if your characters had to play an instrument, what do you think they would play? Even if they don't actually play an instrument right now.
The violin.
I give my answer drums, you know, two sets of arms.
You're banging on the drums, yeah.
Do like two keyboards at once. That'd be
I could
sick.
do keyboards, yeah.
You know, like the ring keyboards that are like sci-fi nonsense. Like you should be able to get them.
What would probably do like an organ or something, you know, like something like ostentatious.
Da 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 da.
I think Meryl's like a trumpet. It's like tuba.
I pictured the saxophone.
Big meaty claws.
I can see a saxophone.
She's actually pretty talented, you know, on the sax. I could see that.
Could you play a saxophone with gills? I don't think you could.
That's racist.
They did
Take a
it
racist
SpongeBob.
point.
Did it
Play it even
SpongeBob.
better because you don't need to breathe in through your mouth.
Yeah,
They did SpongeBob.
yeah. We can blow it.
Unlimited lung capacity.
Season 3, episode 11, Bandcamp. I actually don't know if that's the episode, but
Why do we always
I think it's
want this
episode
Square Band?
15. 15, I think.
is it? I mean, what's...
Please don't do this. I'm not interested in this question. Like, let's move on. Okay, what about you? What instrument would you play?
I think that M.O.C.H.A would like play the triangle and like just every time off cue. You know,
He's just like a second late and he's like, oh, oops, sorry. Oh.
Exactly.
It was 15, I was right. Season 2, episode 15.
Wait, no, it's not. Season 2, oh, it's season 2, okay.
Okay, the next question I'm not actually going to ask because me asking it confirms something, I suppose. So instead, I'm going to readdress this question and ask you guys, right? what Apple said was true about the Black Desert, then what would this floor be?
Connor, you're cutting out a wee bit there.
Yeah,
For this one,
you
alright.
did
Okay.
cut out, yeah.
Sorry, I said if what Apple said about the purple desert is true, what floor is this? Was the floor you're just on?
Green.
Friendship.
Cycle.
I thought it was
Life.
experience.
life.
I thought this was experience, but I might be wrong and it might be connection.
Well, weird if it was an experience.
Well, you guys are all looking on the right track.
Plants.
I mean, like, if plants is the plants floor.
If
I mean,
it was
like,
the more core elements, I think
Corn.
it's
If the
life,
Black
right?
Desert was the death floor, then what do you think this one was? Do you go say life floor?
Yeah, it's
okay,
life. Yeah.
Life.
okay, that's totally fair.
Flowers.
To live is to experience.
To live is to experience. Yeah. Good point. What's the next one I was gonna ask? Does the taxman do things on tech? Probably yeah. Like I think if you were to ask him, he might do. Someone asked what happened at the cliff. Amy, can you tell us what happened at the cliff?
Yeah, what happened to the cliff lurking actually? What happened?
I threw some armor off of it.
You didn't
It was
throw
one
some armor.
taxman. Yeah, I gusted some armor off of it. It was one taxman coin, alright? I just didn't want to carry chainmail. Marble didn't want to carry big heavy chainmail.
Yeah, we threw away stuff.
We were in a call.
And Connor did
Connor's
warn
been
us.
so mad about this. One coin. Whatever.
I think it's really funny because I was on a call with someone else kind of recently, Ash, and they made the point of like, but guys, what if it turns out there's a zany merchant in the tower? Buy all your shit off of it.
There had to be. There had to be.
Gonna be.
And I was like,
Yeah.
you know,
It
like
makes
the
sense.
side eye guy of like the stuffy like that.
Is that what the
I had
Meryl
already
There's
accounted for
treasure
that.
meme came from?
Which she sorry, you looking?
Is that what the Meryl like there was treasure meme came from? Where she's like pointing at the tower or something? Or was that just
I can't remember.
No,
I
because
think that was just,
people
like-
say that there's treasure in the tower.
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Mare
in a
Tower
way, I guess there is.
secret
Yeah.
secret stash.
Can't believe we didn't get me in this session.
And do they have a sideways mouth and Lorca's second form?
What?
I'm gonna kind of answer this question. They don't really have a mouth anymore. Their entire body is split down the middle like a seam.
You have a fussy.
Sure. What the hell, sure.
Ugh.
A base.
Stop.
Oh my god, you know.
See?
And that is all the questions that we have. So I hope you guys had fun. Yeah.
No.
It's like, was it good
I see why you
session?
were so excited
Yeah.
for us to make it to the
I was
taxman.
really excited for you guys to make it.
I love the little like gif of him pointing.
It's very
I
good.
wanted my
Yeah, the
brew. I
finger
didn't want you guys
guns
to
are
know yet.
excellent.
I want to be cryptic.
You can still
Not
be
being cryptic anymore.
Yeah,
You're
you're still plenty
cryptid
cryptic,
now.
Not like Mocha who's just pouring out his heart there.
Yeah, I've obviously known about this since character creation. It's been an absolute pain to keep hitting because I'm like so scared I'll click something on my character sheet and accidentally like repeat something. I have to be so careful every time I look through my features. It's scary.
Yeah. Also gonna say, shout out to you, Ben, because like your Meryl speech was also really good. I really enjoyed that. I'm actually going to retroactively give you a point of inspiration for that because like that really got me.
Yeah.
So you
I
can
already
take a point of
have
inspiration.
one.
What are you? Did you just see that?
It should have expired. There's no way you got it last time.
Yeah, it's probably expired because like expires my table if you don't use it. But it's fine. You've got a new one, so you can
Okay.
use it next session. If you don't use it next session, it expires.
Can I have
I
one for getting
probably
put in the
won't.
fucking cross? For getting crucified?
No.
You
also
do
gonna
that
have one for
when
fun.
we chose that floor.
I'm also gonna say to you guys, you level up. Obviously, the long rest hasn't happened yet, but whenever we come back for next session, post long rest, you will have leveled up, and I doubt you're going to need to worry about it before that. So just take your level up just now, and when you get your long rest, you will have it all organised.
Yeah.
Fight that creature.
I have a bard subclass.
Oh my god, do you have
Yeah, I
to
was gonna
have a
ask why the
bard
fuck you want
subclass?
a bard at some
Yep.
point.
I am as wisdomous as
What do I get a level for? I hope it's really. Oh!
1 in the warlock, 3 in the bard. That's what I always say.
Wait, you're a warlock?
What?
Wolf.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
that's
The guitar talks.
Oh, spoilers.
Well, my character doesn't know that. I'm not
It'll
privy
just
to this
laugh.
information.
It's the classic.
Classic warlock disguised as a non-log. Sure.
I still maintain that that lyre was perfectly fine before Vanille found it.
What?
Yeah, no, you corrupted it.
I mean,
you ruined it.
I assume
humans
that the
do
dead
ruin
woman
everything
she
they
talked
touch.
about is the fucking liar now. That's what I assumed, but
Ooh,
I could be
spoilers.
yeah,
Shouldn't trust a liar anyway.
You're the liar.
so true.
It's a good one, guys. That's really good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I want to say thank you all for watching this episode, and thank you for joining us for this one. Keep in mind our next session is in 2 weeks rather than 3, so we'll see you sooner rather than later.
On the 8th of February.
On the 8th of February, thank you, because I didn't know, and I don't want to say I
Put it
don't
in
know.
your
Yeah.
calendar.
It's already in my calendar, I just don't know how to do numbers
Not
because I'm
you,
dumb.
the fucking audience.
Put it in your
Call them
calendars,
that.
audience.
We love you.
Put it in your
We love you.
calendars, audience.
We are
And I
desperate
love
for
all
your
our
validation.
patrons.
I love you the most. And that's why Vanille is everyone's favourite character.
And speaking of
That
patrons,
is true, but Vanille does hand out her love like that easily. Don't, put too much thought into it.
Okay.
and speaking of our patrons, I want to give a special shout out to Boris, Richard, and also Strawberry Egg. Both for being a moderator
those
and for also being a
guys.
patron. Love those guys. What a total
Only
slave.
two of them.
The
I
boss
like
guy's
two of those
okay.
guys.
Yeah.
But thank you for joining us, and we will see you for the next one. And we say goodbye. Bye-bye.
Bye, bye, bye.
Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.
Thank God they're
Goodbye.
gone.
Goodbye.
Bye, toweling.
Bye-bye.
Oh, I hate our patrons.
Bye-bye.